Excellent. Good afternoon. We are about ready to embark on the Ruins of Baradahm. It's the introductory adventure included in the Narosia Sea of Tears fantasy RPG. We've got our collection of adventurers with us, Tom, Bill, and John, all joining us from the Envoy team. And what we're going to do here today is give a brief introduction to the world and actually dive in, play the introductory adventure, and talk about some of the aspects in the road. So we'll play through, introduce the world, introduce the core characters in the book. The core characters are presented as a company of adventurers with a backstory. It's a great way to kick off your campaign if you want to introduce it to your home groups. Certainly, as we run events through Envoy, they are the core characters that will be used as pre-gens. One of the things I'm hoping to see as Narosia events evolve, because of the structures that we have put into the character build out, that people can bring their own characters up to pretty much any event. If we understand, what tier of adventuring is going to be happening, it's very easy because Narosia is a point-based system, built on the hero system. It's very easy for someone to just bring up a character and have it be balanced with the other members of the party. So let's talk about Narosia for a moment. Narosia as a setting is supposed to be both easily identifiable. You're going to recognize a lot of core elements that are common fantasy tropes. That's by design. But at the same time, we try to package it in with a organized and structured history that goes back millennia that you can then pull into your own games. We complement that history, and I like to describe it as the history of the world can fit inside the GM's head. The backstory is actually fairly detailed, and depending on how deep you want to dig into it, can go pretty far. But within the core book, we try to limit it to, I believe it's about 8 pages, and it's all structured with a particular cadence, walking through the various ages of Narosia. And the most common theme throughout all of this is the interaction of the celestial beings that kind of govern Narosia. And they are called the Inaros. They're the gods of the world. And much like modeling their interaction with the world after Greek mythology, they love to get involved with the movers and shakers of the world. So the world itself is Narosia. It's kind of the name of the planet, if you will. And there's various regions within the Sea of Tears, which is about the size of the Mediterranean, and then all of the lands and countries around it. And we're focused on a particular region of Narosia called Ataltis, which is very Romanesque, right? Lots of columns, pillars. It's kind of an imperial culture. But as you discover how it fits into the history of the world, you begin to see that it's a little bit more complex than that. So the history of the world, in a nutshell, is two elder entities tasked the Inaros with creating the world. And as they created the world, each one of them was allowed to bestow a gift upon the world in alignment with the particular domains of influence that these gods possessed. And so essentially went through these 12 gods, each giving their gift, and finally got to the god Androran. And Androran was the Lord of Essence, and Essence is just kind of a magical cosmic energy that flows throughout the universe. And he wanted to give this gift to the creatures of Narosia, to infuse Narosia with magic and to make it a magical place. And the other god said, wait a minute, that's potentially dangerous. We think that we don't want to give them powers like us, so I'm sorry, Androran, you can't do it. but we're really tired. So creating the world takes a lot out of us. So we're gonna lay down and take a nap. And Androran was sitting there, obviously not tired. He hadn't done anything. And there are various legends as to how it went down, but basically, he was motivated to go down and give the gift of magic anyway. It was his choice, it was his task, so he did. So very much a Promethean story, right? He gave something the other gods didn't want to give to the people. He bestowed magic, and this was classic wish magic, right? It's what we call sorcery, and you will it and it happens. Well, as the races of Narosia grew in power and influence and mastery over this flow of magic, one of them decided, hey, you know what? I'm basically a god now, so I'm going to become a god. And the ritual that they performed to do this went horribly wrong, unleashing crazy magics on the world. And in fact, there's still a region of the world today called the Aloran Wilds that is, a magical jungle, dangerous, all sorts of things trying to eat you as a result of the spell even thousands of years later. And that woke the gods up, and the gods said, oh, wait, this is really, really bad. And the first thing they did is they turned to Androran, they admonished him, and then he said, you can't stay with us anymore. So they threw him out of their home. This is a sun-worshipping culture. The name of the sun is Lensei, and Lensei is also the golden palace where the gods reside, right? And Lensei as a term is also synonymous with the church as an organization. So it's Lensei, 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 sun, 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 that kind of thing. And so they threw him out of the sun, said, you are no longer welcome here. And they performed this ritual called the Malanur. And the Malanur essentially controls the flow of essence. Understanding that they can't just take magic away at this point, it's become so infused with the world, what they were able to do is essentially prevent the ability of sorcery to work. So simply willing something to happen was no longer going to be possible. But they didn't want to leave them without magic entirely, so they said, we're going to choose individuals among you, and they will be bestowed with this gift of channeling, and they can beseech us for power, and we will grant it to them. And so this was pretty good. They bestowed the gift of channeling, but once again, they were very tired. This ritual took a lot out of them. And they said, all right, everything's good. We've got our avatars in place. Our avatars will notify us if anything bad happens. They can be responsible for controlling the flow of channeling. We need to rest. Well, Androran is, of course, angry, and he crawls into the shadows of the world. And unbeknownst to everyone, there is a counterforce to this flow of essence in the universe known as the Fel. And the Fel fundamentally is elemental evil. So it's an energetic, sentient energy form that tries to reach out and corrupt everything that it touches. And in going into the shadows and embracing his hate and his anger, the Fel is able to corrupt him. And in corrupting the Lord of Essence, they effectively created the Lord of the Fel. And this drove his anger and hatred so much that he basically took all of their creations, all the other creations of the Inaros, their races, their animals, and things like that, twisted them, built this Fel horde of evil, and drove it into the world, slaughtered all of the avatars, and essentially took over the world. Horrible, horrible thing. Happily, though, Narosia was visited by a magically galactic traveling empire called the Atlan Empire. And they had this enclave of races that traveled about with them using these magical gates to visit worlds and conduct trade or colonize them or what have you. And they arrive at the point when Androran has basically taken over the world. And on their arrival, the last avatar that was not slain, who is lying hidden, approaches them and says, "The world is in peril. We need your help. If you can create a distraction, I can wake the gods and we can defeat Androran." And that's basically what happened. The Atlan Empire marshaled its army. They saw an opportunity, obviously through conquest, they saw an opportunity to colonize this world and be heralded as liberators and saviors, right, and become the dominant culture. And that's essentially what happens. It's a horrible, raging war, fighting all these fell hordes. They can't really kill Androran, so they drive him to the center of the earth and then imprison him there. And they seal all of the entrances to these deep lands so that all of his fell hordes that followed him to bask in his fell glory would be unable to escape as well. The unfortunate aspect of that is the race of people in Narosia known as the Sverg had built these magnificent halls underground, very much think Mines of Moria type, and suddenly their entire kingdom and multiple kingdoms have been turned into a prison by the gods. So this action is called the Forsaking by the Sverg, and they basically no longer worship the gods. They felt betrayed by them. They pack their stuff up to the northwestern corner, a very rocky and iron-rich area of the world, very harsh climate. Set up, rebuild their culture from scratch in a region called Malador, but they cease worshiping the gods. In this, however, the Atlan Empire comes out on top. And the Atlan are essentially humans. So up to this point, there have been no human races in the world of Narosia. It's all creation of the Inaros. But now the Atlan have arrived, and they are now the dominant culture, and they rebuild the civilization in the Sea of Tears, establish themselves as the dominant culture. Everything is good. They use their gate magics to facilitate rapid transit across, the region, which is something actually expressly forbidden by the Malanur. But their ability to manipulate the flows of essence has given them an upper hand. They essentially, while not using sorcery, they're essentially using psionic techniques to manipulate the energy around them and shape it into patterns that create particular effects, and that's the practice of essence shaping. So they've essentially reintroduced magic, individual magic, to the world. Unfortunately, somewhere in their chain of, galactic spanning gates, they reached too far. And in an event called the Cataclysm, all of these gates explode with clephotic energy, which is, chaos warp energy, and essentially reducing their cities to rubble or weird twisted aspects of their former selves. The core center of the empire is completely shattered. And from that, 300 years later is when contemporary Narosia begins. Civilization has managed to rebuild itself. The remnants of the Atlan Empire are now manifest primarily as the Kingdom of Aetaltis, which pretty much seeks to restore the glory of the empire. But various other nations have arisen out of this cataclysm. There's a declaration that was made by Lord Draquin of Aetaltis and acknowledged by all of the other regents of the Sea of Tears. It's called the Declaration of Talamain, which basically makes adventuring a respected career. And it's a recognition that the armies of Aetaltis or any of the regents cannot be everywhere at once, and they need special privateers to go out to help protect the lands, to investigate, to discover perhaps any breaches to these deeplands, because the magical seals that had once protected the world have begun to fade and not having been maintained for hundreds of years. And so adventuring has become a lauded profession. Now, of course, anybody and their brother or sister can head out and say, we're adventurers. So local nobility will write letters of quest on the behalf of these adventurers to lend their social weight and their social power to the affirmation that these adventurers are perhaps better than other adventurers, and these are called letters of quest. And the more notable the noble that gives you a letter of quest, the more kind of clout you have, until you essentially are able to get a grand letter of quest from one of the 5 regents. And this grand letter of quest basically says, I vouch for these individuals. They're effectively agents of mine. Anything that happens to them is, a mark against me. And you essentially have international police powers, right? You could walk into a city and accuse the mayor of being in the cult of the Black Hand or whatever the case may be, right? To do the types of things that adventurers do. But in Narosia, we've kind of built a social progression for that on top of the regular character skill progression. Now, the cards. So we have a deck of cards that represents the influence of the divine throughout the adventure. And each of those cards is represented, I'm going to deal these out here, deal 3 cards to all players, deal. So open these up. And the cards have a certain number of pips. In this case that I have on the screen here, I've got 1 pip, 2 pips, 1 pip. Then they also are attributed to a particular god. And let me I don't want to steal it. There we go. Sorry about that. I'll have to give you a new one. So when we look at the card, this particular card says, Might reveals right, with the aspect of war. It's attributed to Droth, who's also known as the War Father. And then, of course, we have an excerpt from the Codex of Narosia. Naked force will only resolve naked truth. Now, what these cards are used for is to influence, pulling these up, to influence the narrative, to influence the outcome that you experience. If you've played games with fate points, the cards are essentially a system of fate points, but the cards are associated with a particular aspect and a particular god. And in order to play the card, you step outside of your character and you assume the role of the god. And then you're going to describe to the other players why this god is particularly interested in intervening at this moment, so what their motivation is. You'll also describe how that intervention manifests. Lariel, for instance, is the easiest in many cases, especially in combat. She is the goddess of the sky and wind. So, when shooting an arrow, it's very easy to describe how Lariel, a gust of wind comes up at just the right moment to steer the arrow on course. Cards are typically played after the fact. So you would commit to an action, you'd roll your dice. If successful, well, then you succeeded without the god's influence. But if you failed, that's when you can bring the gods into play and essentially have the god correct the situation and make happen what the god and you as a player want to have happen. So each of the pips indicates the increasing degree of influence. There's a fair number of hero system explicit mechanics built into this chart. The bottom line, however, can be summarized as the number of points of luck. Each pip is essentially a successful point of luck, which means that for 1 pip, you can influence the situation in a minor fashion. For 2 pips, it's pretty significant, but it's still fairly limited in scope to just you in that moment. For 3 pips, this actually represents direct divine intervention. Everyone can see it, everyone witnesses it, and no one can deny that the gods are present, right? And 3 pips, you can do pretty much anything, especially from a narrative perspective. Uh, when you get to 4 pips or even 5 pips, now it's beginning to get ridiculous, and you're starting to get into cosmic levels of influence, and that's okay. That's part of the game. As you play, and these the Inaros get involved in the story, they will actually begin to recur, right? As players, you remember their previous influences. And when we write adventures for Narosia, one of the things that we write into the adventure is what gods care about the adventure, which gods want to see the adventure succeed, which gods want to see the adventure fail, and how is their presence and their interest in the adventure, how is that reflected and manifest through portents or signs or wondrous things. So that's one of the things that we write into the adventure. Now, the amount that you engage with this divine intervention system really is up to you, right? Your table is going to react to it in different ways. Some people really get into it. Some people enjoy the pure mechanics of it, but don't particularly enjoy the narrative aspects of it. It's something to explore with your table and help them get into it to basically round out the story. Now, you can also play cards just for a story tell, right? And in that case, I'm going to reward that story tell with a replacement card. So that enables you to say, take a 1-pip card that you may find hard to use in combat or an action scene, but you come into a particular area or a particular point in the adventure where it's very clear to you that this god might be interested in showing themselves and influencing the situation, perhaps to no plot effect, right? That it has no advantage to your group. It just helps build a cool story and get the gods involved, right? So that story play will then allow you to cycle that card. I'll replace it, perhaps allowing you to draw a better card. So we'll close that up. Now, on to the adventurers. So we have 6 characters that are part of the core rule set, and with the new adventures that we have coming out, we're going to introduce some more characters to the narrative and try to kind of continue the story of Talisker's company. But these are the 6 that we've started with. Right. So we have Captain Aiden Talisker. He's a retired captain, a legionary, which means he's essentially a heavy fighter, but he's also a martial artist, spear and shield. And he also has what's called a commanding voice. And the commanding voice, let me get this. There we go. His commanding voice allows him to issue commands, and if you follow his orders, you will get a bonus. So it might be, to retreat, it might be to charge, it might be to look alert, what have you. It's a pretty fun character to play. It's a bit of a mechanization of that leadership role. Kind of second in command is Darius Angelos. He is a quester. He's a cleric of Lensei. He's particularly aligned with Alos, Elantra, and Droth. So Alos is the keeper of mysteries. Elantra is the mother, the hearth mother, and Droth is the war father. So he's got kind of an eclectic relationship with the Inaros. But an important thing to remember about the clerics and about the people of Narosia is all of the gods exist. All of the gods exist. So it's not that a cleric only serves a single deity, right? Clerics serve all of the deities. They can channel any of the spells associated with these deities. However, as they begin to grow in influence and skill, they tend to align themselves with in the service of one particular Inaros, right? So it's unclear at this point whether Darius is on the path to become a warder of Elantra or a war priest of Droth, or even a night keeper of Alos. Although he's really not night keeper material, they're kind of roguish cleric types. So for each of those associations, there's essentially a set of skills that aligns with that particular types. I see him going more the Droth route, maybe the Warder of Elantra. Fia. Fia is she is a Loria, which is one of the races of the Alori. The Alori in general you could describe as kind of elfin-esque. They're very magical people. It ties actually all the way back to the failed ascension by Elor Nyal, who was queen of the Aloran court, to try and become a god back in the Age of Sorcery. All Elori exhibit certain features that are quasi-magical in nature. In particular, she can hold her breath and go invisible. Her ears are so big that she can actually target even if she can't see things. She has little, stubby horns on her head. She's an incredible leaper. So, as a scout archer type, she's very nimble, very capable, and has some cool abilities in that realm. When we get to Masrandara, or Andara for short, she is kind of a classic member of the Silver Circle Guild of Shapers from Silenthia, kind of a classic scholarly shaper. Not very physical at all, but quite capable in the realm of magic. Now, essence shaping does allow for just raw manipulation of energy. So while she has, rotes, spells, and spell formulae that she has mastered to, be able to recreate reliable effects, in Narosia you can actually improvise spells and, try to attempt to create raw effects. If you're trying to do that outside of your area of specialty, there are 10 arcana, right? If you try to improvise outside of your arcana, it gets particularly tricky and particularly dangerous, but it can, of course, always be done as long as you stick to the basic tenets of magic. Then we have Shishkai Stasi. Now, Shishka is he's a Sitha, native of Narosia, and he's a member of the Sokon culture, and his particular role in that culture is as a Shakhdar vigilant. Now, the Sokon culture used to hail from a region of the Sea of Tears that is now a massive desert. It was once a lush jungle. Their entire homeland was destroyed by Indrorin. His people, the Sokon people, are basically nomads. They don't have any real place to go. Their particular culture doesn't really mesh fully with kind of the Atlan-centric culture that has now come to dominate the Sea of Tears. So they kind of travel in nomadic groups. They live on the edges of towns and cities. And as a Shakhdar vigilant, he's both an enforcer for his people as well as a champion for his people. Typically, if there any run-in with the Sokon in any way, any local constabulary would seek out a Shakhdar vigilant to interface with them. So in very base vernacular terms, I would describe Shishka as a gypsy ninja. His skill set is as a martial artist, sneaky rogue expert type, and he's quite effective in that role. And his culture is kind of on the outside of most other cultures. And then finally we have Thren Hethket. Now, Thren is a Sverg. He's a scholar. He's actually a good friend of Andara's. They met in college together. And he is essentially Indiana Jones, speaks a lot of languages, has a lot of background knowledge, a lot of skill and expertise. From an expert perspective, he's good with traps and mechanics and things like that. And while he's stealthy, he definitely is not a sneak thief, right? He's more about getting in and getting things and making things happen. He likes to fight with his axe and his crowbar, or his whip and his pistol, or he's got a couple of grenades, none of which are reliable, of course. Now, each of these characters has a particular motivation. In fact, in Narosia, all characters have a motivation. And this motivation is what defines why they decided to become an adventurer. So in the case of Captain Aiden Talisker, he's a restorationist. He wants to see the Atlan Empire restored and will do everything in his power to do so. Darius, who is also Atlan, who is also from Aetaltis, wants the same thing, right? They're both restorationists. Now, Fia and Shishka are both hunters. They're basically in it to fight and kill the bad things that threaten Narosia. And the things that threaten Narosia, it's a triumvirate of evil, if you will. You, of course, have Androran and his fell hordes. So these are all your fell races, effectively your orcs and your goblins and your trolls and things like that. They, of course, all have fancy, unintelligible Narosian names, but that's fundamentally what they are. The second aspect of the threats against Narosia are the Qliphothic. So these are chaos warped, void spawned horrors, demons, things man was not meant to know. Very Lovecraftian, depending on the scale of the Qliphothic entity that you are encountering. So these are kind of your chaos horrors that inhabit the ruins of the Atlan Empire, as well as some of the stranger places that you might go. And then the third in this triangle of evil is the fell itself, elemental evil. And that is actually manifest in the form of the unliving. So these are true undead that have been animated merely by the presence of the fell. And the unliving actually begin their journey as a skeleton or a corpse and evolve through various types of undead until they're finally in vampire form, right? They've regained all of their sentience, although it is now a fell corrupt sentience, and they're actually able to interact with the world without being detected as horrible undead. And then, of course, there are various thralls and things that they can create, which amount to your typical skeletons and zombies and things like that. So those are the three elements of evil, and Fia and Shishka, they're in it to make all of those things go away. Finally, we have, or not finally, then we have Andara. Andara is an explorer. She became an adventurer to learn and discover all of this lost knowledge. So that's her primary driver. And finally, we have Thren. Thren is a liberator. He became an adventurer because he wants to discover a way for his people to return to the Deepland Halls and reclaim their ancestral home. Those are the four standard motivations that you typically see in Narosia. And the reason that these are important, in addition to whatever individual personal complications these characters may have, is it's the primary way that you can earn additional cards, right? You can earn cards and get the gods' attention by playing into your foibles, playing into your weaknesses, staying true to your ethos, right? So if you're a liberator, you're not just going to simply pass up an opportunity to explore the Deeplands, right? If there's a way and a possibility that you can uncover a way for your people to get back there, you're going to leave no stone unturned. However, you also recognize that you can't do this alone, right? And Thren marching off into the Deepland Halls by himself might as well be on a suicide mission. So it's that that role-playing challenge, right, of balancing your motivation with the team and helping everyone move the story forward. So that's the background of the world, that's the background of the gods, that's the background of the characters, and that's essentially the backdrop of the Ruins of Baradahm in starting our story here. So are there any questions about the characters? Have you guys been chatting back and forth and figured out who's going to play what?
Yes, I believe that we have come to that decision.
Fantastic. All right, so... Oh, that's a journal. Go back to check. So I will ask that if you are...
I'm getting some echo here.
Yeah, so if you're not running with headphones, it will generate echo.
I got headphones on.
As do I.
Is that Bill?
I have Bill has headphone.
All right, I'm going to mute Bill and see if that does it. Is there an echo now? There is no echo.
No echo now.
I'm not hearing anything.
No, I can't unmute Bill.
Did Bill potentially mute himself?
It's possible. Bill, can you? Oh no. We still have an echo.
I am now unmuted.
All right. We have no echo. All right, John, I think it's you. Can you unmute yourself, John? And we'll take a look and see if that was it.
Testing.
No mute. Yep. John, you're causing the echo.
I have headphones in. I don't understand how I'm causing the echo.
Check your settings to make sure that the microphone in the headphones is being used.
Okay. Let's see. Where do I go to check those settings?
The little settings wheel at the top of the Hangout.
You can also check your Windows sound settings and configure your default system and default telecom device.
Okay. Is it better now?
I think so. Yes, it is.
Yes, much better.
Excellent.
There you go.
Excellent. Fantastic.
All right. Sorry about that.
That's all right. And and I thought we had actually tested all that before we got started. So it's weird that it just popped up. All right, excellent. So we've got Bill's going to be playing Aiden Talisker. Fantastic.
I am.
Yes.
And then John is going to be playing Fia.
Yes. I was either going to do that or Shishka, but I think Fia.
Okay. Now I will say, with respect to magic, the magic system might look complicated, but it really, really isn't. The magic system works like this. You make a skill roll. The number of points of success tell you how much essence you are able to shape, or how much, what the magnitude the gods are willing to give you. And then if you want more, you pay for the difference. So when you look at the spells are going to have, a list of numbered effects associated with them. And, that's essentially it. If you wanted to do a 7-point essence bolt and you made your roll by 3, then you would have to pay 4 points of personal essence to get a 7-point essence bolt. And that's more or less all there is to it. So the magic system, there's a lot of detail there, and the types of effects that you can generate are certainly rich. But the mechanics of the system are pretty straightforward.
Okay, cool. Does Fia have any magic that something with this?
No, all of her um, all of her spells are, or sorry, all of her abilities are just innate.
Okay. All right. Cool. Well, I have my character sheet now. I'm ready to go.
Okay.
I have to channel my inner 16-year-old girl now.
That's not a bad way to play Fia, without a doubt. And one that would just, as soon like kill everyone and move on about her business. So
Exactly. Yeah.
right,
Well, so a normal one, basically.
yeah, pretty much.
She hasn't gotten to the concept of complex morality. Sort of things are good or bad, and you do what you have to.
Absolutely. Trying to think if there's any other. Oh yeah. So in this references, I did put a link. So this is in the handouts. I did put a link to the reference tables in the back of the book, so you can pull that up if you want. That'll be relevant for called shots, things like that. But I wouldn't get too hung up on the mechanics of the system. So if I open this, that is an external link, so that is not going to show up in the Roll20. Okay. All right, so let's get started. Take a moment to look through your characters. If you have any questions, wonder if I could.
I have a roll 20 question.
Sure.
How do I roll 2.5d6? Because that's apparently my strength die.
Yeah. So when we get to that, you can do it. I believe we can do it this way. So roll 2d6
Plus 1 die 3.
Plus 1d3.
Well, because when counting body, it actually matters.
Oh, right, because only a 6 counts as body armor.
And I think you can do it. Oh, I didn't do it. Roll.
You can just roll that dice separately.
You can, but there's a way to. No, that's integrated. Yeah. Yeah, you just have to roll them one after another.
Okay.
But there's a way to do two rolls on a line.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's looking to see.
There we got a little echo again.
Yep.
It just means you can hear my commanding voice all the better.
Okay. So, and it went away. So maybe it's, a bit of a networking issue. I'm not sure. So when looking at your character sheet, you're going to see a set of numbers. And if there's a dash, if there's a hyphen after the number, that's your target number on 3d6. Practically everything that we do in Narosia is going to be based on that 3d6 roll. So you're going to make that die roll, compare it to that target number. Typically, it's going to be 11 or less, up to 14 or 15 or less, and that margin of success is going to tell me whether or not you succeed at your particular task. I don't always communicate what the difficulty is, so just relaying, hey, I made my perception roll by 3. That tells me, how far you're able to see without penalty, things like that. Looks like John just demonstrated how to do the multiple dice rolls, so that's helpful, or the half die roll. So we can do that pretty easily. The other type of roll that you do in Narosia is what we call a normal effect or a normal damage roll. So I'm going to roll 4d6, and when you do this, right, what you're looking for is not the actual total of the dice, although that may come into play, but we're counting whether or not you got 1s or 6s or 2 to 5. So a 1 is worth nothing, 2 to 5 is worth 1, and 6s are worth 2. So in this roll that I just made, which was a 2, 3, 2, 6, that's 5 points of body. If this was a normal damage attack, then the actual total on the dice also factors in. So in this case, it would be 13 stun damage and 5 body damage. And then we would go ahead and apply our defenses to that. Narosia is a damage resistance type system, so your defenses will reduce the amount of damage that you take. I have all of your characters up, so if you have specific questions about your capabilities, I can refer to the character sheet directly. So no one's playing Darius, no one's playing Andara, and no one's playing Shishka. So it's just you 3 guys. Okay. Fantastic. All right. So let's get started. So the Ruins opens. You guys have accepted your first mission, and you're extremely excited, right? You've been asked to go up into the foothills of the Donor's Ice Mountains, and if you want to see where that is, you can. The map is available on the website. Northern region of Ataltis. You've been tasked to go up into the foothills of the Donor's Ice Mountains. There's an old Svergic estate that one of the nobles of New Ataltis has recently acquired. And before he sends his team of contractors and whatnot up there, he wants your band of adventurers to go up and make sure that it's safe, right? It's been abandoned for a number of years. Who knows what's up there? So you make the trek to northern Ataltis, and very excited to what might be found. I'm sure Fia runs down a list of all the possible things that could be found and hunted there. And you arrive only to discover basically a den of wolves and some giant rats. You take care of them pretty easy. It's actually pretty boring. And just as you're about to leave and head back and say, well, at least we got the job done, that's step one, this massive storm sets down upon you. And to the point where you can't even travel. So you hole up in the ruins and wait for the storm to pass, which rages for a couple days. And then finally you set out. Unfortunately, as you set out, the path that you took to get here has been washed away. You encounter new streams where there were none before. And before long, you find yourself going pretty far and wide, although Fia assures you that she knows where she is. And you come into a village. And as you approach this village, you can see columns of smoke, which at first you take for standard chimney smoke, but then realize that these columns of smoke are coming from places where there are no chimneys. Running into town, you are met by a warder of Elantra who has been injured severely. And she explains to you that the village was attacked shortly after the storm rains ended. And they were attacked by Scrata. Now, Scrata are a form of Scrabbly Indrori. These are fell creatures. They're servants of Indroran. They're not unlike what you would expect from Scrabbly goblin types. And they basically just descended on the village, stole sheep, created mayhem. No one was seriously injured, and she explains that even she had injured her leg on the journey here, and not during the fight. And they actually left a pretty clear path to back to where they came from. And she thanks the Inaros for your arrival, asks you to follow their path, and of course you do so, and you are led to the side of the mountain, and that is where we will open our adventure. So, standing at the hillside, oops. Here we go. You approach the hillside, which has obviously been partially washed away during the recent storms. As your eyes follow the tracks of the Scrata up the hillside, you see what look like stone crenellations jutting out of the hill.
Do these things look like they can be climbed at all?
They do. The hillside is sloped, so given care and timing, you can absolutely make your ascent. But if you were going to try and do it quickly, that might be a bit more troublesome.
I want to turn to the captain and say, I want to get up there. So
It would benefit us to have eyes above. Can you do it carefully without difficulty?
I can. Kind of disappointed about it. Yeah, and I'm gonna go up carefully.
We'll watch out from here.
All right. So yeah, do I need to make some type of roll to make my ascent, or since I'm going slowly, am I good?
No. So you proceed cautiously, and you get up to the top, leaving Talisker and Thren down below. And when you get up to the top, you see that it actually looks like the top of a tower. Very, very stout construction, very thick blocks, and you see a trap door up there, and numerous muddy footprints and drag marks into the trap door. Clearly, this is where they came.
Okay. Captain, I think I found the place. There's a trap door up here and footprints. Looks like some people were dragged.
That'll be the place then. Let's go, Throne.
Okay. Is there any way I can assist them with their climb, or are they going to be able to do it?
Yeah, you can absolutely assist them, but given that you have all the time in the world, there's no roll that's necessary. However, should you need to make a hasty retreat, make a climbing roll for me, and your success is going to complement their navigation of the hillside in the future.
Okay, so for my climbing roll, is that just 3d6?
It's 3d6 against the target number listed next to your climbing skill.
So my climbing skill is 13, and I rolled a 9.
Very good.
Excellent. So you made it by 4. So that's actually going to give them a +2 bonus should they need to navigate this on their own. You're pointing out various rocks and things like that. A pretty good path for them to ascend.
Grab that one. Grab that one. Now that one. Now that one. Now that one. Just like
Not that one. Not that one. No, not that one. That one's loose. Fantastic. So you guys all arrive on the top of the hillside.
Okay. So Thren is the most comfortable underground, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm going to have him go down first to scout the place out. I will follow, and then leave
Thea in the rear?
Thea in the rear as a rear guard.
Okay, excellent. Now, Thren, why don't you give me a 3d6 roll?
Ooh.
Okay. So as you've come up to this these crenellations and quite clearly, which in your engineering mind, right, is a tower of some kind, although I mean, it's quite clearly been buried under half a mountain, right? There's something familiar about it. You can't quite put your finger on it, but there's definitely something familiar to the structure, or maybe its orientation. You don't know. There's just something about it. Okay. So making your way, you basically open up the trapdoor, and there's a set of stairs that leads down. And the first thing you recognize is that it leads down into a lit room, which strikes you as odd. And the room seems to be lit at various points on the wall, but not by, you don't see any source of fire. It's just like these points on the wall are glowing and giving off some kind of light. And it is absolutely enough light to see by and to see detail. I mean, I would say it's about the level of torchlight. This first floor that you can see, full of some debris. You see various, there are some windows in here, but full of dirt and stone that's kind of spilled in until the windows themselves have been capped as the tower appeared to be buried. And then there's a flight of stairs leading down. Now, Thren, as a forge seer, you have kind of a special vision. While to everyone else, this room is, well lit, but, somewhat dimly lit. To you, it's bright as day. And to the point where even certain details are enhanced. And you can see the source of these lights on the walls are actually look to be runes carved into the stone.
Is there any way for us to, I guess, comprehend the runes? Does anyone know
No, that's more Andara's area of specialty. But Thren does have some skills that might allow him to understand a little bit. So if there's in Narosia, if there's a knowledge skill that has some association with the area of knowledge in question, you can attempt to use that skill at a penalty. So Thren, if you wanted to make this would be a chaos, a knowledge skill deep lens roll. Tom, we cannot hear you. But you are muted. Oh, no, Tom is not muted. John is muted right now.
Yeah, I'm just doing it to kind of cut out ambient sound.
Yeah, I appreciate that. The fun of Hangouts.
Does anyone have torches or a lantern? I have flint and steel, but no light source.
I don't think so. Fia can actually normally see in the dark when it's outside. And
Yeah, I have stuff specifically for fighting and eating, and that's it. Like, no extras. It's like, I can climb anywhere. I can see anything. I just need my arrows and my food, and I'm good.
Fighting and eating, what else do you need?
But Bill, I think you fell off when I was actually giving the description of the room.
Yes. Yes.
which is the whole area is lit.
Okay.
It's dimly lit, but it's lit by these runes that are on the walls.
Oh, the runes are lighting the room. Okay.
Yeah.
I did miss that.
So
Excellent.
Tom, we still can't hear you, by the way.
It looks like he's going to reload. Or did he already do that?
He did. He came back.
Hmm.
Yeah. Hopefully that'll work. I'm just gonna roll with it. Then you're being very quiet. Be mad at us?
That's unusual.
So are we waiting for Tom to come back? Anyone have any other questions about their characters, or how anything you see written up works?
Hmm. No, I mean, it. Feel like it's one of those things that's going to make a lot more sense when we actually get into using these stat stuff. But I think I got it with all of this. I can tell you one thing I want to go ahead and do is I want to pull out my bow because we're tracking people, aren't we?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Can anybody hear me
The
now?
goblins.
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Welcome back, Tom.
Yay.
I have no idea what that was about, but I'm glad to be back.
You were essential to this part.
Right on schedule, of course, is a technical problem. All right. So, what I was asking was, would my engineering, not engineering, would my Deeplands knowledge skill be valuable at this point?
Absolutely. That's essentially the skill that has enough scope that you can attempt to use it, even though it's not magical specifically in nature.
All right. So 3d6 roll for that?
Yep.
Seven, nice and low. Okay.
Excellent. So one of the things, so I'll get to interpreting that in a minute. One of the things that the way I try to run the hero system within Narosia is it's a balance of fail forward, but also understanding that you have the cards available to help with player failure, right? So I typically look at an actual failed die roll. I'm less concerned about that because if the situation matters to the player, the cards exist to help you regain control of the situation. But when we're evaluating the success on the dice, even if there's a penalty associated with the particular action, let's say you've got a 12 or less roll, and what you're attempting to do is a -4 penalty, whether or not you know it, and you roll a 10, right? You succeeded at your skill. You just did not succeed by enough for the difficulty for what you were attempting. But that's kind of where that whole fail forward concept should come into play. So I try to interpret the results in a way that get you a partial success, right? You achieved by the marker of am I good at this skill or not? It's just that you didn't fully hit your target. Now in this case, rolling a 7 against your Deeplands lore of 13, you made it by 6, right? Making something by 3 points in Narosia is what we call a special success. That's almost a critical success. Typically, your typical penalties associated with even hard tasks are -3 to -5. So as you now getting back into the moment and stepping away from explaining kind of how I run Narosia for GMs. The specifics of this. So as you look at these runes, you recognize them as rune lights, and they are, all of rune magic, as you recall in your studies. This is actually something that you worked really well with Andara. Both of you were fascinated in rune magic and the general concept of it. Rune magic works quite simply, actually. You create a pattern in something solid by which essence flows. And as the essence flows past this pattern, it essentially creates some kind of resonance effect. And if your pattern is built properly, the resonance effect that it creates can then manifest, with a specific objective, like creating light or creating sound, or even creating an energy barrier or creating fire or something like that. And rune magic is very much used in old Svergic construction, because the Sverg were the ones that invented it, to reinforce structures, to enhance structures, to do things like providing lights, with that don't need any care maintenance, that don't pose a natural hazard like burning the house down. However, they're very expensive. So as you're studying this rune and realizing, okay, there's 2 rune lights in this room. Clearly, there's a glow coming from the stairs leading down. There's probably more rune lights there. And then you begin to thinking about that, that thing that was kind of eating at the back of your mind about this tower. And this tower is still perfectly straight. Like it's not leaning. You don't see any cracks in the masonry or anything. This tower is perfectly straight, even though it looks like a mountain fell on it, which implies to you that the actual stones themselves were set into place and reinforced with rune magic, which basically means that in modern terms, this is a multi-billion-dollar, ultra military grade type facility.
Wow, and would I know that to be a Sverg facility?
Yes, absolutely. They were the only ones that kind of had this technology. Although with the arrival of the Atlan, they very much were in sync and are still kind of in sync to this day. Sharing those types of trade secrets. But this is old, and it's absolutely a some kind of significant Svergic, if not an outpost installation.
Well, besides swelling with pride at what my people have accomplished in this magnificent building, I hate that these, the Scrata, are even here. They have to be routed out. I'll share with my compatriots what I've seen, and as far as I can tell, the room seems safe to enter, so come on down.
Okay. I come down, advise Fia to stay on station until I reach the bottom. Once I reach there, I'll call her down as well.
Okay. So you guys all enter into the room and see what I've described before, and then of course there's another flight of stairs leading down deeper into the tower.
So this was a very important structure in its time. Could have important significance.
Very important. I'm sorry. See, it's just a little bored.
What do any of us have as far as just perception skills or talents? Just in terms of keeping a good lookout ahead as we go through this building. I can see fine. I imagine we might be able to continue to, but I don't know. Somebody have something that gives us even further detection?
No.
I think I'm pretty perceptive, just in general, but nothing specific that would help us down here in the dungeon.
I do have, my commanding voice does allow an enhancement to alertness, but it's only in combat.
All right. Just figured I'd ask.
Yep.
Do we have anything outside the ordinary? Is it at all difficult as we proceed maybe to the next level? Well, actually, do we want to look around here more deeply before we proceed, or go right after the Scrata?
I want to fight something.
Is noted. Is there anything about this room that bears further investigation?
Does not appear. It's it's pretty barren.
Okay. Then I suggest we proceed on. I will, of course, have my shield and spear prepared for combat. I suggest that my companions also be ready for a moment's notice, and have Thren proceed in the lead.
All right. Well, with axe in hand, I'll proceed to peer into the next level. Is it similarly lit?
It is similarly lit. It looks like here you can actually see a door. However, the door has been burst in, and it's just rubble behind it. Perhaps it was. You're starting to kind of get a vision of what this tower might look like, and you're thinking that that door might have led out onto the top of a wall. But other than that, in the next floor down, you just see another set of stairs that leads down even further into the tower.
And that door that's burst in, I guess it must be completely rubble-filled, rock-filled.
Yep.
It's not to go out there.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Same thing at this level, just a decent view of it. Do we see anything worth further investigation?
Not unless you want to start digging in the dirt.
I'm going to vote no.
Yeah, I'll vote no. Let's continue into the strata.
Okay. As I'm bringing up the rear, I kind of do want to be checking behind us, like maybe walking backwards or something.
Okay.
I figure they got the front covered. I just don't want anything to come out from behind and take me.
Now, you guys haven't run into Strata before, but you've heard all sorts of horrible things about them. You do know they are very good climbers. Some people even claim they can, climb sheer stone walls. You find that hard to believe. But so, yeah, certainly looking out behind you, maybe there were Strata attached to the ceiling. Who knows what these things are capable of, right?
This is just making me more excited. I don't know if the other two are feeling nervous. She's just getting excited.
So you continue your way down, and you continue to explore through, another level. You guys are proceeding cautiously. So I'd like everyone to make a stealth roll.
That's just 3d6 again, right?
Correct, against your stealth.
Oh, God. Stealth is not a strong point.
Oh, that's a 5 for me, so I think I'm okay.
I did not make mine. Nope.
You got to put a slash in front of the roll.
I knew that. I was just testing you.
There we go. Wow.
Hey, I made her less. Sweet.
Amazing.
I'm like the wind.
So Tom is playing Thren, right? So you're in the front.
Right. Yeah.
Give me a perception roll.
Ooh, 3Y. That's not gonna work.
I was like, wow, you rolled a 3. That's fantastic.
All right. So I have a perception of 13 or less, so I made it by 1.
Okay, so you had failed your stealth roll by 2. However, you made your perception roll, and here's what happens: you being the point man, everyone behind you is being silent, amazingly so in the case of Talisker, and you're kind of getting excited about coming down into this area. And as you take a couple of steps down on the last flight of stairs, you look down below you and you see a small coal fire on which is just resting like half a piece of lamb. Around this coal fire, you see a bunch of Scrata just kind of sitting there, hunched over, tearing at barely cooked pieces of meat. But they've kind of all stopped, and they're just looking at you on the stairs. And you share this moment of realizing that something is about to happen, but no one's really quite sure what that is.
I know what I'd like to do. I'd like to immediately get off the stairs so my friends can get down.
Right. So we're going to move you down here. We got Talisker behind you. And, of course, Fia behind that. This will put you up against the wall.
Now, this map and the icons are being displayed somewhere.
Yep. In just a moment, I have all these secret areas to reveal.
The secret shall be revealed.
And let's see, there's 3 of you, so
Whoops, I said something and it was muted.
Oh, that's right. Okay. So these guys, this one, this one, this one, and this one. Put them to the token layer. And then reveal areas. There we go. You guys see?
This is on the Roll20?
Yep. Oh, you know what? I think I switched. Yeah. How about this?
Okay, I was going to say, I'm still on the cover page.
Something changed.
It's black. Do you need to reveal something to us?
I'm starting to see it now. Top right, you may have to zoom out and then move the display.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Yeah, when I zoomed out, I was able to catch it. Okay.
Is there any way for me to force like a particular zoom level? Does anyone know?
Don't know.
All right, I can see that now. I also see the 2 tokens off to the side. That'll be a little fireball.
Yeah, just playing around with special effects, I guess.
Yeah. Okay.
Interesting. In Map Tool, you can enforce a particular view scale. I'm sure there's got to be a way to do it, but I don't see that option. So if you guys zoom in on the map, hopefully you'll find it.
Got it.
Got it.
That's it.
Okay.
Have we all seen this at this point, or?
You should see 4 Scrata.
Yeah, I see them.
I mean, have all of our characters seen them at this point?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So we're going into initiative then?
We are going into initiative. Now, Narosia uses the hero system speed chart, which means that a turn of combat is broken down into 12 segments. And John, can you mute for a second?
Oh, sorry.
So in these 12 segments, you're going to be able to act a number of times equal to your speed. All of you have speed 3. I don't think Fia has speed 4 yet. I know that's one thing she wants to get. But so you guys are going to get to act 3 times over the course of those 12 seconds, right? And that's governed by which phases you act on. Now, the order in which you act within a given phase is governed by your dexterity. And there you can have talents that improve that. It's listed on your character sheet under the offense section as initiative, right? Now I have built all of this into the Narosia app, which is available in the iTunes App Store. There's an initiative tracker in that, which is very helpful because it just kind of puts everyone in order and then makes sure that people don't get skipped if you hold your action, different things like that. Now, Billy, go ahead.
Sorry, is that app available for the Android as well, or just?
It is not. That is going to be one of the stretch goals on our next Kickstarter. I've talked to an Android developer. He's looked at the code. He says, absolutely, we can get it going, but it does not exist for the droid, unfortunately. All right, so all combat begins in segment 12, which should enable everyone to go unless they were surprised. In this case, no one is surprised, so everyone gets to act, and we are going to act in order of dex, which means Fia, you are first. Now, Fia, you are actually... why can't I select you guys? What layer am I on? Oh, that's why. Okay, here we go. So, Fia, you are actually just up at the end of the top of the stairs, so you can't technically see them, but you are aware that they are there. Your typical options for action are a half move and attack. But if you want to conduct a full move and still attack, you just need to declare it ahead of time and say, I'm going to, move all the way across the room shooting as I go. Things like that.
Okay. I know she has an ability called invisibility.
That is correct.
Is that a combat useful move? It says I have to hold breath, make some type of con roll.
Yeah, so the way it works is you do have to hold your breath, and if you do any exertion while you're holding your breath, you have to make a con roll to maintain it. So if you attack, for instance, you'll have to make a con roll, and if you fail the con roll, you become visible.
Okay. Okay. I think what I want to do is I do want to do sort of that run across the room shooting.
Okay.
And then if I can, I want to try to turn invisible at the end. Maybe just confuse them a bit. I don't know if I can do all that in one turn, but I want to run across the room shooting. I know. If invisibility is an option.
Okay. All right. So your movement is 12 meters.
Yes.
So when you say move across the room, you talking about going to the door here, or you want to go over to the corner?
Just pinged it right there.
Okay. And actually, you can move your own guy. Sorry. I don't need to move him. I think, let me make sure that this is a sign, represents, controlled by determining character settings. Sophia. Yeah, all the characters should be able to be controlled by all of you, so you can move and control them. All right, so you're gonna move there, and since you're gonna also attack while you're moving, that's going to be a -2. And which one are you going to shoot?
I'm going to just shoot that lead one right there. This one.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just going to take a shot at him. So do I roll 3d6?
You roll 3d6, and if you look at your offense, it says your attack roll is 15 or less, and you have +2 OCV, which is essentially the hit bonus with bows. You also have +2 to offset range modifiers, and +2 to offset hit location penalties. So unless you do anything special, that +2 adds to your attack roll of 15 or less to give you a 17 or less.
Okay.
And you just rolled a 12, which means you succeeded.
Wait, I rolled a 7.
Oh, you rolled a 7? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
That's even better.
Yes.
So 17 compared to 7, 17 compared to 7, you made it by 10. And what that means is you hit a DCV value of 10. DCV stands for defensive combat value. It's analogous in D20 to armor class. Yeah, not quite by the right fit, but that is your chance to hit someone, right? So you hit anything that has a DCV of 10 or less. As soon as you let loose that arrow, all of these guys leap up to try and dodge. However, even as they burst into a dodge, you still hit them. Go ahead, and your damage for your bow is 1.5 d6. So we write that out as 1d6 plus 1d6, and the second d6 is the d6 listed last of the half die. So, and actually in this case.
Yeah.
In this case, because we're doing killing damage, you can just do 1d6 plus 1d3, because we're not counting body.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, that would just be, slash roll 1d6 plus 1d3.
Okay.
And so you actually did pretty well there. You got 7 body. And Narosia is a hit location-based system. Often for nameless NPCs, I don't usually roll hit location unless you do some kind of a called shot. But definitely for named NPCs and critical characters, I do. Your special ability there as an accurate fighter to offset hit location penalties, that would normally allow you to make what's called a high shot, and I would use a 2d6 plus 1 for the hit location. That would be an 8. If you look at the reference tables, you see that would be a hit in the arm. But again, these are nameless mooks, so I don't typically do that. You strike him, and he is wearing kind of piecemeal armor, which does not apply here. So you kind of get him between like an old dinner plate and half a piece of old satchel badge or satchel bag, and the arrow goes right through as he's trying to do some kind of weird backflip, and he dies.
He thinks he's a ninja.
Cool. Is there any way I can do my invisibility?
Yes, and now make a con roll, and since you ran and attacked on top of that, it's an additional -2 penalty. So your con roll is 12 or less. You need to make an 8 or less.
Let's see. Nope.
Nope, not even on a good day.
I want to be seen. I'm ready for a fight.
So you get over there. You kind of held your breath the whole way, and you took out that Scrata, and you just let out a scream of joy.
Yes!
Finally! It's like a week I've been trying to do this.
Funny stuff. All right, so next up is Talisker. What you
Okay. All right. Let's see here. Trying to decide which of my options. Let's do. All right. I'm going to move to here, and actually here.
Okay.
And call out, readying my shield, defend it against this guy to my left.
Okay.
And call out, go, go, go!
Okay, give me a leadership roll.
Okay, my leadership is...
PS leader.
Yes. 13
Oh,
or
and it's
less.
also, yeah. It's also listed under commanding.
12 or less with the
Yep.
minus 1. Okay. So 12 or less. Right,
No problem.
All right, and then that gives everybody within the sound of my voice, or 8 meters, whichever is less, a 2d6 bonus to initiative. So... And nice.
Wow. Okay. So you guys really go first. No, that's actually pretty important. All right. So you move down there. Now, Bill, the commanding voice technically is an attack, but you can combine it with any other attack. So did you say you moved down there and you were using your defend maneuver?
Correct.
Or were you attack? Okay. All right.
Yeah, I'm defending.
Fantastic. So we're done with you, sir. Thren.
I say good day.
I'm ready. Looks like Thren's preferred fighting style is with his whip and his axe.
Mm-hmm.
And so what I'd like to do, I think, is attack first with the whip,
Okay.
and then step in, follow that up with the axe. It seems to be logical.
Sure. And so then the question I would ask from a system perspective, are you trying to do that as part of a single phase, or are you going to do the whip one phase and then the attack the next phase? Because it will, there's a penalty for making 2 attacks in a single phase, and also a penalty to your defense.
Right. Well, you know what? I'm gonna open up bold. I'm gonna try and actually get both attacks in this phase.
Okay.
See how she goes. So.
All right. So you're gonna do essentially what you're doing is you're gonna do a grab maneuver with your whip to grab a hold of the Scrata, and then you're gonna apply your axe. So go ahead and make your attack roll.
Oh, 15.
That is not going to do it. So you reach out with your whip, and you can't get a hold of him, which then means there's no follow-up axe attack for that.
Dang.
All right.
Does it have a verbal component? Get over here!
The Scrata are pretty spooked, right? So they're all just crazy dodging dudes. Yeah. All right. So then that goes to segment 4 and Fia.
Okay. So, this might not be the best game strategy, but I want to do it if I can. Can I run to this one back here and attack with my blade and bow? I see that she tends to have, whenever she fights in melee, she keeps her bow in her offhand and use her blade. That way she still gets that fighting style bonus.
That is correct.
Yeah, so I would like to just charge for it and fight because, I'm just itching for some combat. I don't want to sit back and shoot. So I'm just going to roll my 3d6.
Yep.
That is a 12.
That is a 12. So looking at your offense block, you got your attack roll of 15 or less.
Yep.
So you made it by 3. And then +1 with 2 weapons. You made it by 4. Unfortunately, these Scrata are pretty squirrely, and they dodge out of your way.
Oh, man. Okay. That's fine. I want a good challenge.
Talisker.
Alright, so Thren attack the one next to me, right? With the whip?
Yep.
Alright, so I'm going to actually move up then to engage this last one that hasn't been attacked.
Okay.
I'm going to thrust a spear home.
Okay.
Using... here we go. Guess just a strike maneuver.
Okay.
With the spears, that's a +2 OCV, gives me an 18 +2 for my martial arts skill bonuses of 18 or less. Sorry, 20 less.
Now those 2 skill levels that you have, your veteran legionary, you could put those on DCV.
Yeah, you're right, and I should.
I'm not saying you have to. I just want to remind you that you can.
No, you're right. That's a good idea. I think 18 is more than enough to get these guys, so I'll go ahead and put those in DCV. Alright, so that's only an 18 history, so I still should hit, unless I go poorly. Which I did not.
Nope, but these guys are crazy dodging.
Oh, that's right, they're still dodging. Okay.
Yep, and you miss.
Fair enough.
Thren.
Well, I'm going to step up and go full bore with the axe.
Okay.
Try and chop that little guy's head off.
He doesn't want that to happen.
Too bad. All right, so my attack roll is 15 or less. I got a 13.
That is not going to do it.
Nope.
These guys are squirrely. All right. Well, they've now pulled you into their trap. And at this point, they are all going to leap up on you. We'll start with Thren, right? And he basically jumps at you full in the face, giving you a Scrata crotch shot. He's going to try and drag you to the ground. Get off! Ooh. All right, so that's going to be a DCV of 7. What is your DCV there, Thren?
That's exactly what I'm looking at. Should be under
defense.
I see it now. DCV 4.
All right, so 7 is more than 4. So he grabs a hold of your head. Now, Scrata aren't that big. They are very clingy, though. You know, if you ever date one, you can never get rid of them. However, you do have a chance to possibly just shake him off. So we're going to do a contest of your casual strength versus the Scratas, and that means you get half of your strength dice. So go ahead and roll 3d6, count the body, and then we'll divide it by 2.
All right, so body here would be the total, right?
No, body here is going to be the 3 is worth 1, the 1 is worth nothing, and the 2 is worth 1. So that's 2 body, but halved is 1.
Got it.
Now, the Scrata for clingy purposes has 2, and he got 2 body. So you're not able to just shake him off with your massive muscles. And he bears you to the ground. And he actually, as he like carries you to the ground, he just starts grabbing random things on your body. Maybe he'll grab a grenade pin. Maybe he'll pull the trigger on your gun. Who knows, right? He's basically just starting to like pull random bits off of your stuff.
He gets.
Okay.
So
and that will,
grenades is not such a great idea.
and that will do a little bit of damage, but probably not too much. Ooh. Well then.
Oh wow.
So you take.
That's me.
You roll. You get 17 stun.
Oh wow.
Okay. And when you look at your character under defense, there's total physical defense. So you've got 6. So you take 11 stun.
Wow. All right.
But no body. He just kind of slams you into the ground. Now, Fia, the guy on you, being that he saw you shoot someone with a bow,
yeah,
he actually just comes in and grabs your bow and attempts to run off with it.
I want to chop off his head.
Now, this is actually occurring in segment 6. So, technically, you can give up your next action if you want to dodge or block or something like that.
I definitely don't want him to have my bow, so I think I am going to attempt to dodge.
Okay. So, your DCV goes up by 3.
Okay.
And if you have any skill levels that you can apply, yep, you've got your fighting style of +1 with 2 weapons.
Yep.
You could also put that on to DCV since this is a melee attack.
Okay, so that brings it up to 10.
That brings it up to 10. He is probably not going to succeed.
You say that.
Yeah, no. Completely misses.
All right.
Now Talisker. Do you want to dodge or block or anything?
Not precisely, but my shield multi-power is going to be in shield deflect, so that gives me a +2 DCV.
Okay.
So a little bit 8 DCV.
All right. Well, And rightly so, because he knows that shield is what's gonna keep him from opening up your yummy bits. So he actually jumps up and like puts his feet against your chest and grabs a hold of your shield and is trying to rip it off your arm. 7.
Ouch.
So that's DCV of 7.
Misses. I got an 8.
That sounds like you're cheating.
Okay, so.
No. You're absolutely right.
Okay.
Well, actually, because you just did a strike. Oh yeah, and you put the 2 on DCV.
I put 2 levels in DCV. Yep.
See, I shouldn't have even talked you into that.
Yeah.
So yes, because of your amazing skill, you see this coming, and you are able to prevent him from getting a hold of your shield.
Yep.
All right. So also one thing I wanted to demonstrate with this particular combat is that Scrata are not simply goblins that have pointed sticks and try to do damage to you, right? They try to mess with you in very uncomfortable ways. Like trying to grab a hold of your bow and just running off into the darkness, right? Things like that.
I would hunt him.
Right. I would hunt
the ends of the earth.
All right, segment 8. That would normally be Fia, but you dodged. So Talisker, you did not abort, so you get to go.
Okay. I order press the attack.
Okay. And then stabby stab.
And then stabby stab. Actually, yeah.
All right. So give me a leadership roll.
Oh yeah.
No problem. And then roll 2d6.
Not great.
Although, since you had such a good leadership role, I'll give you that one last point. So everyone who attacks from here on out does nothing but attack, gets a +1 OCV.
Okay.
All right, and then you stab him.
Yeah, I'm going to.
And he is actually going to abort to a dodge again. He wants to run off.
So is he able to just avoid the attack then?
No, his DCV goes up.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to use a strike maneuver, and since he is aborting to dodge, I'm going to put levels in OCV.
Okay.
So 4 gives me a 20 or less. 21 with the +1 for my maneuver.
Yep.
Oof. 6.
Not enough. You had a pretty good shot, but not enough.
Yeah.
Okay, Thren.
I'm down on the ground. I've got a Scrata on my face and grabbing all over my body. What do I need to do to get to a more advantageous position?
So the only thing he actually has control of you, and it's because he's got his steamy, grubby thighs wrapped around your head. It's really not a pleasant smell. But he has control of your head. So you can't really see, you can't really speak or anything like that. However, your hands and legs are still free. So whatever you would imagine you could do if you had your hands and legs free, you could do. You still have your axe in your hand. You still have your whip in your hand.
No, I'm not going to use them on my own head. So I'm going to just attempt to grab this thing with both of my hands and peel it off of my face.
Okay, so you're just going to break free, which is fine. So now make a full strength roll. Now you can also push your strength if you want. This thing does have a pretty good hold on you. Pushing in Narosia adds 5 to your strength, and you also can make an ego roll to potentially get more.
So sheer desperation.
So I've got a strength roll, looks like 3d6.
Yep, which is pretty good. You're twice as strong as an average person, and these guys are like 3 feet tall and super scrawny. They're not particularly strong.
Right. So if I had pushed my strength, what is that? Does that end up costing some endurance to do that?
Yep, it would. It would burn some endurance. And normally in Narosia we don't track endurance for common actions, but because this is an exceptional action, it would burn off your endurance.
Okay. Well, I'll give it a shot anyway. I'll do the 3d6, and I guess would that be +5 then to push it?
Yep. So make an ego roll first.
Okay.
Yeah, because you're pushing.
Okay.
You need 11 or less.
Come on, baby. Yay!
No problem. So that potentially could gotten you 2 more, the margin of success, but 2 more strength isn't going to make a difference. So the push costs you 5 endurance, and now you have a 20 strength, so you would roll 4 dice. Every 5 strength is 1 die.
Gotcha. All right.
That's a pretty standard heroism. Every 5 of anything is typically 1 die.
Man, one more point, you would have gotten that extra half time.
Yeah. All right. So you generated 3 body, right? The 6 is worth 2. The 1s are worth none. The 5 is worth 1. So you got 3 body, and this is against his ability to hold on. And I got 2. So you break free because you generated more body than he did. You got 3. He got 2. You throw him off, and you still have a half phase action left.
So in half-phase action, is there some other kind of attack I can do?
Yeah, you could. Well, your axe is on the ground, so
Right.
you could punch him, or you could get up.
Oh, right. Well, I'll get up.
And does Thren have breakfall? He does not. All right. Because then you could have gotten up for free.
I totally want to see him do a kip up.
With all this clanky clank.
Yeah.
So that brings us to segment 12 and Fia.
Okay. Let's see. So, how many actions do I get a turn? I'm new to this system.
So, the concept of a turn is actually over 12 seconds of time. When when your turn, quote unquote, comes up, that's signifying the beginning of your phase. Within that phase, you can do a half phase, 2 half phase actions, or a full phase action. In D20 terms, think of it as like a move and a standard action. Very, very similar in concept. However, you can declare that you want to attack 5 times, right? And the number of extra attacks you want to make determines the penalty associated with doing that.
Okay.
So attacking 5 times is harder than attacking 2 times, for instance.
Yeah. Let's see. One thing I'm worried about is Thren doesn't have any weapons right now. They're still on the ground. So, wondering if I need to help him out. But I think I'm kind of stuck as it is. So I'm just going to try to quickly dispatch the scrawl in front of me. The scroll in front of me.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just going to do an attack using my blade and bow.
Okay. And he is really intent on getting your bow, so he is not going to dodge.
All right. 3d6. Oh, slash R. Forgot to put a space. That's a 13. And,
Okay.
Yeah.
So that means you hit DCV 2 plus 1 for 2 weapons. That's DCV 3. That is not enough to hit him.
Oh, man.
Yeah, these guys are small and squirrely.
Don't forget the +1 for my buff.
Oh yeah. So DCV 4 still not enough.
Yeah.
Oh man.
They are DCV 5.
Okay.
Talisker.
Okay. I am really getting annoyed at this guy for not standing still so I can kill him. But actually, you know what? I think I'm going to hold my action
Okay.
to attack after him.
Okay. All right, we can do that. Thren.
All right. Well, I'm going to have to grab my whip and axe again.
Okay. So
Since they're on the floor.
You scoop them up. It's a half-phase action. What would you like to do next?
I would really love to cleave the head of that little sucker who was on my face.
He just snarls at you, and you can see him like hunching down. He's at this point he's going to take your head off. So he's getting ready to jump up on your head again. But you can make your attack.
Die. Well, let's see. So how's that do for me? Attack roll of 15 or less. I got an 11.
So you got it by 4.
And their DC 5.
And their DCV is 5. However, you also are +1 because of his command, right? So that means you got it by 5, and he is prone, so he is half DCV. So you hit him.
Sweet. So then we have, what, damage roll then?
That is correct, and you hit him with your axe, so it's a D6 +1 armor piercing.
Right. There we go, 4 points.
4 points, and you, as you're coming in, he kind of puts up his hands, and you slice off one of his hands, and bury your axe in his shoulder. He lets out a scream, and he is stunned.
Sweet.
Staring at the stump of his hand.
Yep. All right, the Scrotago. Well, he kind of shakes that off, but that takes his whole action. This guy here, he is going for that bow.
You can't have it.
He is going to do a grab by. So regardless of whether or not he gets the bow, he is moving out. Running off into the darkness.
Wow.
All right.
Nice.
So, all right, let's see. Come on, natural 3. Let's do this. Oh, no.
Not a natural talent.
Now, Talisker, you do see this happening.
Mhm.
So if you wanted to interrupt him before he runs off, you can.
You know what? I think I will. I don't want him to get away. I'm going to throw my spear at him.
Okay, well, remember, he is right here when he starts. So you see him grab for the bow, and you can see him run off. So you can just turn and stab him if you want to interrupt him at that point. Or, like you said, you could see that he's running and try to intercept him at some point along here.
So I can tell before he actually starts running that he's going to take off.
Yeah.
Okay, then yes, I will stab him where he stands.
All right. So make a contest of dex. So roll 3d6 against your dex.
All right, we got 12 or less on
Ooh,
that.
that did not roll well.
Ooh, just made mine.
All right, it's simultaneous. If you don't take him out, he does run off.
Okay. All right, I'm going to use a thrust maneuver,
Okay.
which adds damage. I'm going to actually, I guess it's the same damage as mine. It's just a DCV, different. CV.
Yeah, just a different arrangement of
Okay.
OCV or DCV.
I'll use the thrust, but put levels in OCV, so I'll have a 19 OCV. 19
Okay.
less OCV, and yeah, 60. All
And
right.
did you see your sweep maneuver, which would cause him to fall even if you don't kill him?
Yes. Sweet. Yes. Weapon strike, target fall. Good call. Yes, thank you. I guess I should look at other maneuvers as well. Like strike, defend. Okay. Yeah, got it. Okay. Sweep is definitely a good idea at this point. So I'll do that.
Okay.
So +1/+1. I will put levels. Actually, I'll split my levels. Put one in DCV, one in OCV. So with the +1 for my command, that will give me 19 or less. Alright, it's just 7.
No problem.
Excellent.
So regardless of whether or not you kill him, he goes sprawling onto the floor right there.
6 dice normal. 23 stun and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 body.
Oh, yeah, you run him through and skewer him, and he falls on a heap underneath the other dead Scrata.
Oh, we're doing this nice neat pile.
Orderly fashion. All right, the other Scrata had aborted, so he's not doing anything. And at this point, coming to segment 4, Fia.
Okay, well, he took my kill, so I think I'm going to try to take his.
Okay.
I just want to drop my sword, draw an arrow, and shoot the bow.
Okay. And I assume you're putting all of your skill levels on attack, because this guy is dodging, so he's a little bit harder to hit than usual.
Yeah.
Okay. So you have a 17 or less. Let's see what you got.
All right. 13. That's not going to be good enough.
That's not going to do it.
Oh, man. These guys dodging abilities. Okay.
It is chewing up their action, so Talisker.
How is Thren seems to have his weapons back, or is he still like?
Yeah, he's got his weapons back, and he's got a Scrata, before him, and he seems to be laying into him pretty good.
Okay, all right. Then I shall step out of Fia's line of sight, line of fire, I should say, and go ahead and try and take this guy out. I will fight defensively since it's 2 against 1 now.
Okay.
So
I
I'll put
wouldn't
levels.
hit you.
Sure. Well, that's just true. So far, you haven't been able to hit much of anything. So
he got the first one.
True.
Yeah. At the beginning, that was impressive.
That was impressive. Actually, in a full run too. That was very impressive. All right. I'm gonna put. So I'm gonna use thrust. I'll split levels, but one of those to be what the heck.
Okay.
So with my last command, it gives me +2, so it's an 18 roll plus OCV with, and of course my shield multiplier soul and deflect.
Okay.
So. $13.
It's not gonna do it.
18. Okay, so 5. Yeah.
Thren.
All right, I want to finish off this little sucker. He's stunned, so hopefully it'll be easy enough to do. I'm going to try and chop his head off.
Okay. So when someone is stunned, not only are they half DCV, but they're also half hit location penalties. So if was that your attack roll?
That is.
All right. So what I was about to say is targeting someone, like doing a cold shot to the head, is normally a -8. When they're stunned, it would be a -4. So you would still have been looking at, like, trying to hit a DCV of 7 if you were actually going to do a cold shot on the head. You rolled a 4, so that's just what we're going to go with. But normally you have to commit to accepting the penalties, otherwise it's just a general attack roll with your nice description. And that in particular is a critical hit, which means against an NPC, you basically take his head off, but mechanically, you're going to get 2 damage classes added to your axe, which would take it to 2d6.
Wow.
And you can't roll bad. So if you rolled, say, 2 1s, it's a minimum of 3 points per die.
So that go from 1d6 plus 1 to 2d6 plus 1?
To just 2d6.
Okay.
Yep. The progression is a die plus 1, a die and a half, and then 2 dice. Those
Gotcha.
are kind of the damage steps, and then they just rinse and repeat. So yeah, you do 2d6 armor-piercing damage straight to his head. You take his head off. And that guy is
He shoots.
done.
He scores.
You put your crotch on me.
And on 6, same thing. He's going to do a grab by on your bow, and he's going to run out of the room. So that's going to get him.
Why do they all want my bow so badly?
Because
Did
bows,
they actually take it?
bows are dangerous, man.
Yeah, that's why I like to keep it.
That is a 9. DCV of 3.
My DCV is 6.
So that would be a no. So he takes off running into the darkness through the door. Fia.
Okay. I think
Actually, sorry, not the darkness. This is all still lit by rune lights, and you can even see with the door open a crack that the hallway beyond is also lit by rune lights.
Okay. I think I'm on the hunt, so I think I'm gonna go after him.
Okay.
Just on, yeah, like that's my own thing. I'm just gonna race after him, and as soon as he's within sight, I want to fire a shot with my bow.
Okay. Well, basically, as soon as you step through the door, you can then see him running down the hallway, and he's just scrabbling as fast as he can. So you did a half move. You can make a normal shot if you like.
Yeah. I'm just gonna go, hey, don't you want an arrow?
You can't have the whole bow, but would you like an arrow?
That is going to hit him.
Do it, do it, do it.
Go ahead and roll your damage.
1d6 plus 1d3, right?
Yep.
Nice.
Plus 1.
Oh, there you go. So you do 7 body, and I rolled hit location for your high shot. That's a 12. You shoot him right in the kidney through his ass.
Yes! That is exactly where
yeah, and you do the stun multiplier for the kidney through the buttocks is times 4, so you do 28 stun. You knock him clean out, and in fact give him a disabling kidney wound, which, considering the state of medical care in the Deeplands at this point, he is out of luck.
he's gonna die a slow death.
Walk into a bleeding enema.
Exactly. All right, excellent. So none of them managed to escape, especially with your stuff. You do see that the hallway continues on and actually turns out of sight, Fia, but everything is now quiet.
I just want to call back. It's like, guys, I think I figured out my problem. I need to be moving. Like, it's even in my character bio. It's like combat's more like a dance. You gotta be moving when you're dancing.
There you go.
That's when I'm a constant movement.
Alright, so we need to check these bodies, see if there's anything of import or value on them.
I'll go ahead and check the one that I've severely injured, and I'm probably just gonna kill him.
Yeah, they have nothing. I mean, these guys are just wearing pieces and parts of lost Spargic culture as clothing, makeshift armor. They've got some weird baubles that are completely worthless to you, but um, look like they might mean something or have some commercial value to them. These guys just they have nothing, unless you want uh, some lamb steaks.
Hmm. Food is always useful.
Prepared in the muddy Scrata style.
Okay. Never mind.
I think I'm good. I can find something with
Never
a
mind.
outside.
My trail rations are just fine.
Yeah, can I just recollect my arrows if they can be? Because I only have like 6 of them and I fired 3.
Yep. So roll 3d6, and on a 4 or better, you get them back. So you get 1 back.
I only get 1 back?
Yep.
Oh,
Each die is 4 or better.
Yep.
okay. All right, so I'm down to 4 arrows. Uh, ooh, man. Gotta be careful with this. Might be using my sword a little more just cause.
Okay, let's gather together and
Yep.
begin exploring further.
And just to clarify there, Fia, you've got 10 arrows on you. The 4 bodkin and the 6 regular, but then you have 16 regular arrows in your backpack.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, your quiver is just only so big, right?
Yeah, but I've got more arrows in my pack. All right.
All right.
Okay.
So this is a good break point while we take like a 3-minute bio break. If you would just mute your line, and we'll be right back.
Sounds good.
But
Okay, I'm back if anyone's here.
All right, I'm back. How about you guys?
I'm back.
I'm back.
During our break, I noticed a skill I had called Fast Draw. Is that anything?
Yes.
What is that?
So let's just talk a little bit about some of the combat elements that occurred there. So in Narosia, the initiative system is set, right? You're going to always go in order of initiative, which defaults to order of decks. However, there are actions that you can take to disrupt that order. Like Bill, had Talisker hold his action so that he could interrupt the Scrata later on as he kind of like saw what happened, right? And in that instance, we kind of rolled for initiative. We did a contest of dexterity between Talisker and the Scrata. Whoever won that roll, whoever made their roll by more, they're the ones who get to act first. Fast draw is it's essentially like a step above. If you make your fast draw roll, it doesn't matter if your opponent makes their dexterity roll by 10, right? You have the fast draw skill. If you make your roll, you go before anybody. The only time that the margin of success on fast draw matters is if the other guy has fast draw, right? So think about it like Old West style. You step out, it's high noon, you go to slap leather. Well, if you're just, some guy with a gun, you don't have the fast draw skill. But the gunslinger on the other end does. If he makes his roll, it doesn't matter what your dex roll is, the fast draw guy goes better. However, if both gunslingers have fast draw, then it's a contest of fast draw. And then it matters. The other thing is as a special effect, in that in Narosia, if you have fast draw, that's what enables you to load your bow essentially as a zero phase action, so that it allows you to do multiple attacks with a bow, which normally you can't do because of the load time. Right.
So loading the bow doesn't cost half phase action for me then.
That is correct. It's always zero phase. So you could make 3 arrow attacks in a single round if you want, but each additional attack beyond the first is a cumulative -2 penalty to all attacks. So if you wanted to attack 3 times, it would be at a -4 penalty to all of those attacks. And when you do that, multiple attack is a full phase action. You can't move. And you're also at half DCB, so you're kind of a sitting duck. So you might do that when you've got the advantage of position or surprise or something like that, but you definitely would not do it when you're in the middle of a battlefield.
Yeah. So in my normal thing, I can just be running and shooting like a lot then, right?
You can always half move and shoot. That's no penalty.
Okay.
If you do a full move and shoot, then you're -2 OCV, -2 DCV.
Okay. My half move, is that just like half of my movement speed?
That is correct. You have a 12 meters of movement, so that would be moving 6 meters. You'll also note that you have 8 meters of leaping.
Yeah.
Which means you can go 4 meters straight up. So you can leap into the air like 12 feet.
Yeah. I almost utilized it last time. I think I'm
Mhm.
probably going to start doing that. Like I like the idea of just kind of leaping over people on the battlefield and shooting. Once again, always have to be moving. I'm going to try to recreate the Legolas and Shield effect from Two Towers movie.
Yeah, I kind of describe Fia as Legolas light. You need about maybe another 50, possibly 100 points, depending on how you want to describe Legolas. But you're on your way there, right?
She's trying. She's not. She doesn't have his success rate, but she's trying.
Yep.
Well, he got there with experience.
Yeah, he was where you are at one point in his career. All right. So you guys check out the Scrata. They don't have anything useful. What do you intend to do next?
What I can tell from the map, there is only one exit in the lower right corner. Is that correct?
That is correct. And Thren, you definitely have the sense that that corridor is actually inside, is the interior to some kind of massive wall fortification.
So how do we prepare for what we may see on the other side, team? I'm sure there's going to be more Scrata, potential for them. Who knows what else?
Well, we'll need to prepare some teamwork techniques. Instead of each running off in their separate directions, we'll need to work a little bit better together. I am primarily, or I should primarily focus on defense, as I believe with my shield I have the best chance of surviving attacks. Thea, I suggest that you focus on ranged attacks, maybe stay behind me, so that you don't put yourself as much in danger. And
I just got excited.
And Fia, this is John, right?
Yeah, this is John.
Yeah. So I did give you a bonus card for putting yourself into the thick of things where you shouldn't be, because you're playing into your hunter type as opposed to perhaps the more reasonable tactical decision of just hanging back and shooting.
Yeah. Yeah.
so I will act as a shield wall of one, while Thea fires from behind me, and Thren, perhaps you could stand beside him, slightly behind me, using your whip to your advantage. That's assuming we find a large number of opponents.
I don't know. Well, first of all, as a Sverg, this is my home. I'm going to liberate this place. And I know more about it than almost anyone. And I've got a whip, and I can't use it from the rear rank. So, I don't know. Perhaps it would be best me being the shortest to be in the front, and someone ranged could fire over my head.
Okay, then side by side. Is that acceptable to your
That would
Dwarven pride?
I want my whip to be able to be useful.
Okay. So yes, that looks good.
Kind of like that.
Yeah, I think that looks good.
All right, fantastic.
I think I'm probably gonna duck behind that shield
Good call.
of his. Kind of get in there.
All right. So in that formation, we shall slowly and cautiously move forward.
Excellent.
All right. Since we're moving slowly and cautiously and boringly, I am going to be listening out for things. Thea, she's got some pretty good ears, so I do want to be listening, see if I can hear signs of more Scrata up ahead.
Okay, that sounds good. So Thren and Thea, why don't you give me perception rolls, and then of course everyone give me a stealth roll. So do perception rolls first.
Okay. My perception for regular is 12, for hearing is 13. So
Okay.
make that what you will.
Mm-hmm.
And here's my stealth.
Thren made his stealth roll by 1.
Okay.
I made my stealth roll by 3.
Oh, I'm sorry. We were doing perception first, weren't we?
That's fine. They just go ahead and, since you clarified.
I failed myself roll by 2.
All right. So, this is what you guys see. You come up to, you see the well-structured hall give way and actually narrow to what you recognize as the granite of the mountain, Thren. You get a sense, kind of your general Svergic sense. You get a sense that the wall was built up to the mountainside, and now this is actually a tunnel into the mountain proper, and that leads to a door. Cautiously opening the door, you see another room beyond, and this looks like some sort of ready room, where troops might have relaxed in between guard shifts. It's very cluttered. You see all sorts of weapon racks and furniture just kind of overturned. It's dusty. You can see a pretty clear trail kind of through the debris to the door on the other side, which is slightly open, and that's about it. You cautiously make your way through. Again, I'm building off of the stealth rolls and perception rolls that you guys made. You cautiously make your way through and get to the door, and as you lean up to the door to kind of check and see what's on the other side, you push it aside slightly. It kind of creaks, and you hear kind of a surprised gasp from the other side. Clearly, there's something there that was surprised by your presence, and is now aware that that there's something on the other door. But you haven't given yourself away yet, so you're still got some concealment. You can, however, see. I'm going to shift the map a little bit here. You can, however, see that the room beyond opens up into a magnificent hall. Did that map load for you guys? Can you see the image?
I see the image, yeah. Wow.
Okay.
Yep.
Impressive.
So, unfortunately, you can kind of just get a glimpse and a sense of the size of the hall, but you don't get any detail yet. So I will not read the description yet. So let's go back to the ruins map and get you guys in the right place. Oops, which layer am I at? There we go. You guys are all right here. And Thren, you're up against the door when the description I just gave you, just kind of hearing something on the other side of the door. What do you guys do?
I'm working on getting my map a little more centered here.
Yep.
So the zoom in, zoom out process.
Okay, so we came from the right side of the map, and we're currently moving towards the left side.
That is correct.
Okay.
I think I want to go invisible and get a good angle on the door if I can.
Okay. So
here's what I'm wondering. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, so if that's what you're doing, you can do a half move and you don't have to make a con roll. So you just move yourself anywhere within 6 meters and you are invisible.
How are these spaces? 1 meters, 2 meters, what?
They are 1 meters. If you start moving your character and you press the space bar, it will show you how far.
Okay. All right. I think right there, that's 4 meters, my count. And then I roll 3d6, right?
No, because you just did a half move.
Oh,
and
okay.
you're not attacking, so you are just invisible.
Okay. But I
Threat,
unfortunately
going
cannot.
slightly to your right.
All right, and Thren and Talisker, what do you guys want to do?
Well, here's what I'm thinking. I'd like to attempt to stealthily peer into the room beyond with perhaps my flash grenade in hand. If I think there's enough enemies to warrant it, maybe we'll lead with that. What do you guys think?
Sounds like a good plan. Which way does the door open, and which is the opening end and the hinges?
So I am no stranger to this conversation. What is your concern?
I want to know. I want to be in a position where I can look in the room, but be on the side of the door where the hinges are, so I can hide behind the corner if necessary.
Okay, yeah. I mean, we'll just state that without diving into which way the door opens.
Okay.
So that's clearly your intent. Thren, go ahead and give me a stealth roll. See if you can get the drop on whoever's on the other side.
Dun, 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 dun.
Stealth is 11 or less, so that does not make it. Once again, I am not very stealthy.
You're still
All
through that.
right. So as you do that, trying to be sneaky and opening the door cautiously, the door is kind of ripped out of your hands
Sure.
and pulled open by the Scrata on the other side.
Only one? Is that all I can see at this moment?
Yep, just the one. He kind of rips it open. He's got a pointed stick in his hand.
He's not afraid to use it.
Yep, and you can see he is about to shout an alarm.
Oh man, can I get attack on him first? I want to at least try to get an accent right in his head.
Sure.
I would
So
like to try to-
give me a contest of dex.
Contest of dex. All right.
Yep.
My
So you're
dex.
gonna roll 3d6 versus your dex roll.
I'd like to try and poke him with the stick also.
No, so I'm not stealth or dexterous.
Any chance I can use my fast draw, put an arrow in them?
Yes, you can. Go ahead and make your fast draw roll.
All right. That's
And while he's doing
3d6.
that, Shane, I'm curious too. At what point could we use any of these cards to maybe help with something? Like, for example, my to put an axe in his head. Could I have said, "Hey, can I draw a card and hit him anyway?"
Yeah. So this would be a perfect time. You rolled a 15, right?
Right.
So clearly you didn't do too well on your dex roll. You could play a card and describe why the god wants you to succeed and how he enables you to essentially go faster than you were. How he corrects, because this is all happening at divine speed. They could of course influence the outcome of the immediate future. So like a 1-pip card can get you a reroll, or can just add points to make it a success. Like in this case, I failed my dex roll. So even if you made your dex roll exactly, you would still get to act before he does.
Uh-huh. All right, so in this case, it wouldn't necessarily be appropriate to use the card.
No, it totally would. If you want to, right? You just got to come up with a story. So
I'd like to. I'd love to be able to have him not get an alarm off.
Okay, so looking at your cards, you've got an 11 or less dex. So the 1-pip would enable you to re-roll. The 2 pips would automatically succeed for you.
Ah.
So then the question comes for you, whichever card you want to use, how does the aspect on that card describe how the god is intervening?
Okay. So let's imagine I wanted to say not spend a 2-pip yet. So I'm looking at Tolatrin
Yep.
for my 1-pip card. And clicking on it now. Okay, so there it is. All elements must fit within a whole system. The enemy of knowledge is deception. The enemy of truth is time.
So how is Toltrin acting in this aspect of himself going to change this situation in your favor?
Toltrin knows that in a way I'm here as a liberator to restore something like the element of truth to this situation. They should not be here. And I need time. The enemy of truth is time. So perhaps he uses to bend time for me just enough that I can truth can prevail in this situation.
Excellent. And normally this would just give you a reroll or a +2, which is not enough to succeed. However, when can you mute for a second? Toltrin actually favors your success in this adventure, and you will discover why a little bit later. But the existence of these ruins and their revelation to the world is something that he is very much in favor of. And by playing this card, and as the game master knowing that Toltrin is strongly in favor of you guys succeeding, this card is actually bumped up by 1 pip. So absolutely, what you see in the moment, and typically when I have card play, let the players drive and set it up, and especially if there's additional background information, take the opportunity to embellish that description. So you describe, being able to kind of bend time or kind of just see through time a little bit. For a brief instance, as you're going to open the door, you actually see the massive hall, but you see it filled in the midst of commerce and trade, and you recognize that like so many of the people that you're seeing in that brief moment are scholarly in nature, right? You see scriveners and librarians, and you just like a whole bunch of knowledge workers, like really focused on this area, and you get a sense that there is some great knowledge to be gained in this moment. And as time moves forward, you can see like the first hints of the Scrata beginning to take action to call out, and you are able to start your reaction much sooner than normal. So that allows you to succeed on the roll. And then we also have Fia jumping in with fast draw on the money. So you react with your axe. So go ahead and make your attack roll. I'm going to steal your card.
All right. Attack roll. Oh, that looks good. Thank you.
Fantastic. That's a hit. Go ahead and give me an attack roll, Fia.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right, sorry, computer is acting up for a second. There's 6.
Nice.
Fantastic. So the Scrata goes to like turn around and give a shout of alarm. Thren, your axe gets buried into his chest as an arrow strikes him in the head, and he just slumps back to the ground relatively quietly.
I'm so upset that I can't talk while I'm still invisible.
Can I take an opportunity to push into the room so I can see the surroundings?
Yeah. So you immediately reacting, get in there and looking around. So I'm going to go back to the image. Oops. All right. And I'll read you the description. The entrance hall before you is magnificent, with a vaulted ceiling 10 meters high and lit by numerous rune lights. Time seems to stand still for a moment as your eyes are drawn to the ornate metal door to the east. The door is adorned with the steel symbols of the Inaros. That's this door right there. The door is adorned with the steel symbols of the Inaros, likely leading to a pantheon. In the center and integrated with the door handles, the symbol of Modron seems to draw the light of the room, and for just a moment, flames dance around its perimeter. The moment passes. Above this door is a gallery window 4 meters above the floor that could easily be gained by a challenging climb, obviously leading into the Pantheon behind. So it's hard to see in this image, but you can just kind of make out a window, kind of a gallery above. Like you might expect maybe a priest to come out and speak to everyone in the Great Hall. As your senses recover, you immediately spot the broad tunnel sloping down the opposite wall. Broad stairs are set into the middle. Above the tunnel reads a sign that says Baradahm in Svergic rune script. Near this tunnel, you also see the worked stone give way to a natural cave. This grotto gives the impression of a park or a resting area. The grotto expands west out of your field of vision. To the west, a double door bears military heraldry denoting a barracks. And along the southern wall, the wall where you stand, you see a massive adamant-bound, rune-crafted oak door, reinforcing, obviously, the tons of earth and stone that you imagine to have sealed the entrance. A small unmarked door can be found further on the southeast corner. And that is what you see.
Well, how shall we proceed?
I want to go ahead and let go of my invisibility so that I
Okay.
can talk. And I just want to say, if he was going to shout, that means there are others nearby.
Agreed. It appears that the worship area and the barracks are both still sealed. I would suspect that the Scrata are to the north and the rest area, the natural cavern. Thren, you're the expert here.
Yeah, I don't know. Is there anything about my Cervic knowledge that would make any location seem more likely than another for where the Scrata might be?
Well, you can roll. It wouldn't actually be your deep lens lore, but you do have knowledge of Endrori, so you do understand as much as anyone can, like with their motivation. So go ahead and make a knowledge skill Endrori roll. It's 11 or less.
Okay. 9. Made it by 2.
Okay. So all Endrori, they're actually sickened by gold, kind of like humans are with lead, right? Dealing with it, being in its presence, can make them sick, can make them crazy. So they tend to avoid places where there are lots of golds and finery. They're also not particularly mechanical in nature. So complex locks, complex traps, things like that, they generally don't deal with, right? They just would rather avoid them. So Talisker's assessment of the situation, and that on top of the way he's been playing Talisker up to this point, I'm going to give him a bonus card. Talisker's assessment of the situation actually resonates pretty well. You're definitely positive they're not going to be anywhere near that Pantheon. The barracks, if they could get into it, and there's really nothing to indicate that the door is locked or anything, but they probably would avoid it. Just if nothing else, the doors would be open, right? They have no reason to close doors. They're not all about privacy.
Right.
So yeah, they would probably be most likely either down the big tunnel or in the grotto.
Well, then I suggest we stealthily approach the auto.
Agreed.
Okay. Stealthily as a group, or are you sending someone as a scout?
I think we should stick together at this point.
He's kind of like, aw. She's just gonna get an arrow, kind of just load her bow, just be ready.
That's kind of why I'm sticking us together, because.
All right, so we get similar marching order. The two of us up front and
Archer behind us. Yep.
Okay,
right.
I have a 4-meter vertical leap, so I can just jump over you guys if I need to.
I'm just saying, Fia, when you go invisible, they can't see you. So you could agree to stick with them and then just go ahead and scout on your own. There might be a bonus card in it for you.
How long can I maintain this?
Oh, temptation.
How long can you maintain your breath? When you're holding your breath, you do actually have to pay endurance for all of your actions. So that means moving costs 1, attacking costs 1 or 2, but then that just burns through your endurance. So, I mean, you can stay invisible for 30 seconds easy.
Okay. I'll just be like, okay, I'm gonna stay behind you guys, and then I'm gonna go invisible.
Yes, indeed. And that's Tom, right? Or is that John?
No, this is John.
John.
Yeah,
All right, so John is Fia, right?
Yes, John is
Okay.
Fia.
All right. So, John, give me a stealth roll.
All right. Oh, that is a 15.
Okay. So you guys are stealthily, kind of making your way from, here and along the wall, over here and approaching the grotto.
Mm-hmm.
And you're about halfway along that when you see like a rock up by the grotto entrance kind of go skittering across the floor as Fia accidentally kicked a rock. Now, still invisible, of course. But I'm going to bring us back to the map. And I really wish it would remember your zoom level.
Yeah. Me too.
Okay. I might end up running these with Map Tool in the future instead, but all right. We got that guy and that guy. Give me a perception roll, Fia.
And my perception, if it's hearing, it's 13. If it's just regular, it's 12.
Okay. So the grotto is a beautiful place. It's a natural spring, feeds a pool of crisp water, and it's kind of lit with kind of a bluish purple light from various fungus. It actually looks kind of peaceful, and you're drawn to it. But you see a pack of 4 Scrata on the far side.
Okay. Move my character. I'm trying to see where.
So you're about right here.
Where am I?
So north is
Okay.
actually to our left, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
So there's 4 Scrata over there.
Yep.
I think I better. I'm still invisible. If I can, I want to kind of move over here and fire a shot.
Okay.
So just however long that takes.
Yep. Go ahead and give me a stealth roll. See if you're going to make any more noise. You did kick the rock, and what you do notice is they all look up and kind of look in that direction.
Stealth is 13.
Okay. So they are all still kind of looking this way, towards here where the rock went.
Perfect.
So you moved over there.
Okay.
The other 2 guys, give me a stealth roll before this goes down.
I made it. Yes. So stealthy.
Okay, and Tom, that's your roll there, huh?
Yeah, but I don't think I've been stealthy one time.
You're actually a professional. You've got an 11 or less.
You'd think so.
Now, stealth is just really a contest of perception versus your stealth skill. And it is modified by range. So there's a standard range modifier that applies in Hero that applies to any ranged attacks, range perception, stuff like that. So even though you kind of only you missed by 2, you didn't necessarily fail your stealth roll, right? Because you're going up against their perception at a distance and what have you.
Oh, okay.
So as you guys approach, Fia, you see them kind of like, they're looking like maybe they hear something, but you also get the impression of, well, there's Strata and stuff walking around down here, so there's like more one of those like, well, who's coming now? Like, who's that, right? You don't get a sense that they're on alert. They're just curious who's coming, right?
All right.
And then Fia, you get your shot off. So there's 4 Strata to choose from.
Let's see. I think I want to choose. Let's see. Actually, if this one is in range, I want to choose that one.
And why is that?
Something I read once. It's like an archer always shoots the back one in the attempts that maybe the other won't notice that they're shot. That's more for a charge than anything, but yeah.
Okay. All right. So let me just see which one that is. I'm going to roll 1d6, and on a 1 to 3, that's on the money. Yes. All right. Could shorten things a bit. Just so you know, the one you're actually shooting is the sorcerer. Your perception didn't quite allow you to see which one was whom, but he was all the way in the back. So go ahead and make your attack roll.
All right.
Another reason to target someone with these people in the back is that's a likely scenario. Ooh, good shot.
That is going to hit, and let me get one of these. And
the way I heard it, read it explained was that if you shoot the one in the back, the ones in the front don't necessarily know if he's fallen dead.
Right.
Yep.
Anytime I role play an archer, I aim for the back.
So go ahead and roll your damage.
Okay, and that is going to be 1.
That's a die and a half. Okay.
There you go.
Ooh. Wow. Interesting.
Did I just throw off the GM's plan?
They're not my plans, right?
If those spells require semantic or hand gestures, you may be in trouble.
So that's a Scrata, and here's the sorcerer. Now, you definitely hit him, and you hit him in the hand,
Yes.
and let's see, he's got his fell armor. Yep, but that's non-persistent, so he's just kind of sitting there. Yeah, so as they're all looking up to see who's coming, and you notice that this guy in the back, he's got this, this skull mace thing, but he's actually not holding on to it. He's got, a couple pieces of lamb or something that he was eating, and as he looks up, your arrow just like flies through, skewers his hand, takes off like 2 or 3 fingers, and one 1 to 3. This is his weapon hand.
Oh, come on. Yes!
Wow. You basically just take his hand off, 8 body damage against his hand, and he screams in pain as he is stunned. And this, of course, scares the bejeebus out of all the other scrata there.
Do my teammate hear the scream? It's just like, what is she doing?
So I'm going to go ahead and make a presence attack, but we're going to kind of mix it up here because really it's a presence attack based on like your horribly awesome skill. So go ahead and give me 5 dice. Let's see how they react. Roll 5 dice.
So I roll 5d6.
Yep.
There you go.
Okay. Awesome. So in Narosia, there's a concept of a presence attack, which is for like fear, intimidation, persuasion, that kind of thing, and based on how successful you are, will force them to react in certain ways. All right. So give me a con -2 roll to see if you are still invisible.
Oh, this is the scary one.
And then we move to Talisker.
That's an 11. My con is a 13.
Right, and your roll is listed out to the side. So a con of 13 gives you a 12 or less roll. You needed a 10.
Yes. Can I potentially use one of my cards in this?
Yes. Yes. You just have to describe why the god wants to keep you invisible.
Okay, I think I want to use a card called Grethkin, and it says the embodiment of the wilderness. And I think the reason Grethkin would want to keep me invisible is because right now I'm sort of being the ideal hunter, which means staying in the shadows, staying hidden, and attacking when my opponents are not even aware of it, or when my prey's not even aware.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. All right, so now I thought I could just make these go back into the deck. Can you click on that card? Can you play it?
Let me see. Let me find it. It doesn't say. It just whenever I click on it, it highlights. Well, is that playing it?
Yeah, and then flip the card.
Okay. How do I flip it?
I think if you right-click on it. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So there.
So that would bring it into play, right? And then I'm going to take it. So awesome. So you remain invisible, and Talisker apparently is charging.
Yeah,
He's like, what is she getting into?
Yeah, I heard the battle cry.
You mean the scream of horrible pain as someone lost a limb?
Exactly. And
or an extremity?
I yell out, "Yeah, I'm going to kill you!" Run up and bring my shield to bear, basically attracting their attention to me and taking up a defensive position.
Okay, so you're not attacking? Because they all seem very surprised by this whole situation.
Okay, so let's see. That's as far as I can move. Do I have the ability do I reach on
You
my
could
weapon?
you could push your if you make an
Uh,
ego roll, you could push your running, and your advanced maneuver does include a full move, so you can attack at the end of a full move.
oh, yes.
I mean, really, anybody can attack at the end of a full move at a penalty. You, however, have a maneuver that allows you to do it
Oh,
at a
make its
bonus.
extra damage. Okay, sweet,
Yeah.
yes. Okay, then yes, I will try that. So I need to make an ego roll in order to push. My ego is 13, so it's 12 or less.
Oh yeah.
Excellent.
So that's going to give you for 6 endurance. That'll give you an extra 3 meters of movement if you want it.
In that case, put myself in the thick of things.
Nice. Okay. And you're attacking this guy.
Actually, I'm going to attack the one on the right.
Okay.
Because he's potentially between me and my allies, so I'm trying to attract all their attention.
So a little Leonidas back spear stab action.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so that is going to be the advanced maneuver. I'm going to get. Okay. I'll put. I guess my level is an OCV.
Okay.
So it's.
Now, normally, just for everyone here and those folks watching at home, normally, like in this kind of a situation, typically the Scrata or really any kind of combatants would probably abort to a dodge. However, Fia's action, taking him by surprise, and then causing the sorcerer in the back to scream, and the subsequent presence attack actually caused them to hesitate and give you guys total initiative. So they're literally waiting to see what happens, and kind of foregoing their abort because they don't know what to do. Right? They're so kind of put off their rocker. So when their actions do come around, at that point they could decide to dodge. But at this point, you've got them on edge.
Okay, I had a 19 OCV, so I hit or 19 offense, so I hit an 8.
Yeah, even if he was dodging, you would hit him.
Okay, and now since I took 3 extra inches or 3 extra meters of movement, that's
it's still not enough to get an additional.
You're right, not enough. All right, so we're still looking at 2d6 plus 1.
Oh, in the face!
Wow, nice.
So his eyes are just getting big and wide, and you just take your spear and shove it into his mouth, and it comes out the back of his head. That's very sad. Very sad for him.
No, the one to my right.
Oh, the one to your right.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. This guy. Yeah, he took 16 body worth of damage. It's
nice.
Not good for him. Okay, Fren.
Can I do a presence attack to attract their attention at this point?
You don't need to. You have
it. Fair enough.
You're going to toss a grenade right here, Fren?
I don't think I'm going to drop a flash grenade on my compatriots there. Why am I having trouble moving my piece? I don't know why.
Are you did you switch like what layer you're on or the tool select move?
Oh, I see. I think I got it. Let's see if I have that correct tool now. Will that do it for me? Well, in any case, if somebody doesn't mind moving me, if you can, right up next to, well, I was going to attack the same exact one that he did, yeah. But it looks like he's finished off, so I'll try to advance past him to the guy on the left.
All right, well, you only have 10 meters of movement, so that would normally get you right here. Now, you could go into a sprint and move farther. but you'll be at half DCV.
And I'll have to attack at the end of that sprint with a penalty, or will I even be able to attack?
No, your OCD is 0 when you sprint. Your other option would be to like do a half move, and then shoot your pistol or something.
Well, let's give that a shot then. I haven't even thought about one much,
so to speak.
Yeah, so let's do that.
Okay. So which one are you shooting? This guy right here?
Yes. Yeah, that'd be the guy.
Okay. All right. So go ahead and make your attack roll. And after you make your attack roll, follow up with just a single D6. Okay.
Just a single D6, you said?
Yep.
There we go.
So normally, if we were rolling with regular dice, you would have an off-color D6 that represents your malfunction die. If that comes up as a 1, there's a malfunction with the device. So the gun goes off. You got an 11, which means you made your attack roll by 4. However, you are at -2 for range, but he's also at half DCV, so you hit him.
Sweet.
And go ahead and roll damage.
It's a range killing attack of 2d6 plus 1.
Nice.
You take his arm off.
Sweet.
You take his arm off. He screams and he falls down, writhing in pain, and he is out of the fight.
Wow.
We just go after those arms.
Defensive wounds, man. Defensive wounds.
Okay. So it's finally my turn. The Scrata in front of you, Talisker, this guy here, actually seems to be a little bit more well-fed. His armor is a little less piecemeal, and he actually picks up a Spergic spear and like a short spear, and he just screams and jabs it in you as best he can.
It's gonna be a spear.
So there we go. Ooh, I hit DCB 10.
That's gonna hit.
All right. And hit location gets you in the leg.
Ah.
Or 5 body.
Ow.
Now, looking at your resistant protection, you only have leather on your legs. So 3 gets through, which is halved because it's legs. So you take a 1 body wound to the leg, and times you take 10 stun, so you take 1 stun. So it's just a nick. It's a scratch. I'm sure there's no poison on it or anything.
I mean, they have flesh wound. Why do I feel woozy?
The guy in back, you can see kind of pulls himself together and is no longer stunned. But that, unfortunately, is all he can do.
I'm gonna shoot him again.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Very much so. I want to go for the other hand.
Okay, so coming around to segment, actually pre-segment 1. We rarely get to do this. Talisker, roll d6 for me. Oh man. You take one more stun due to bleeding, and if you don't move, the bleeding will stop.
Okay.
Yikes.
Segment 4, Fia.
Okay. I want to shoot that one.
All right, I'm going to abort. He doesn't want to die. So he is going to abort. Let's see. He doesn't. None of all of those are attacks, so he can't do that. That is going to get to do that. Yeah, so he will abort to a dodge.
Okay. Am I suffering any penalty because of range right now?
Oh, no. You have to be shooting like 30, 40 meters before you take a range penalty because you're awesome.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm going to just shoot at him.
Okay.
/R, 3d6. It's a 10. And my attack roll is a 15.
Okay, so that means you hit a DC of 7. That is going to miss.
Oh, man.
And as the arrow flies in, you see the arrow behave weirdly. Give me a perception roll, and then it's Talisker's turn.
I make that perception. I have perception of 12.
You actually see the arrow like deviate unnaturally as it gets close to him.
Huh. Well, I do not like that.
Talisker.
Okay, I'm going to do shield deflect with my shield, and I'm going to. I'm gonna try this sweep. I'm gonna try and knock him to the ground.
Okay.
Levels some DCV, so I'm gonna have a. Oh, you know what? I haven't made any orders. Let's see. Alright, I call it press the attack!
And then Thren, you're up next.
Okay, I made the roll. And that's 2d6, 8.
Mm-hmm. All right, so +1. So everyone who attacks gets +1 OCV.
Alright, and then I sweep him. Ooh, I could roll. Let's see, so I've got. Let's see, 16, 17 for the maneuver, 18 for my +1. So that's going to be a 5.
That will. That will just hit.
Okay.
All right.
Ow! 12 body.
Wow.
Whoa.
I stab him squarely in the leg. You stab me in the leg, I'll stab you in the leg.
You run him through in the gut, and he goes down. He is out
Ha!
of the fight.
Wow.
I stare steely-eyed at the last man.
All right, Thren.
Well, I'm going to fire that gun again.
No, you're not.
Yeah. Only one shot?
Only one shot.
Oh, rats. All right.
And,
Well, then.
And takes a couple of actions to reload it.
I probably, again, couldn't reach all the way to the last guy and get an attack, could I?
Let's see. You got 10 meters of movement. No, you could basically get to right there. You could throw something at him. You could throw your axe at him.
I'll make that attempt. Maybe at least a half move and throw the axe.
So a half move is going to put you back 5. So right there. Okay. Go ahead and make your attack roll.
Oh, 7, nice and low.
Ooh.
Good shot.
Go for the hand.
Got him by 8. And unfortunately, with his dodge, he is a 9.
Oh. Wait, a +1 for my buff.
Oh!
Right. Yes.
Because of the outstanding leadership skills of Talisker,
Yes.
you are able to hit him even in his magically dodgy nature. No, this is not how he envisioned his career going. Right in the thigh. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Have any of them envisioned their career like this, though? Who just goes, I think I'm going to die at work today?
All right, so 4 to the thigh. Let's see how that looks. And it's armor piercing. Wow, all right. So he does take some damage, and that's going to be 8. You can see that the axe was like naturally deviated towards the last second, but it still slices into his robes and bites into him.
Nice.
All right, he goes. Well, now this is interesting. He finally gets to go, and you can see you threw your axe. You're no longer armed. So clearly, the person that is the most dangerous is Talisker.
Clearly.
Yeah. So he, with his skull mace in his offhand, he starts speaking in this strange guttural language, and these black chains shoot up out of the ground and just wrap around Talisker and begin pulling him into the earth. And Thren, you actually speak it up in Drornic to know that he's just cursed him to visit the fell father.
Yeah.
Let's make sure that attack goes off, but I'm pretty sure it will hit. That is a 13 against his... There we go. So that's a 6. He needed a 14, so that hits. So, Talisker, you are being grabbed by fell chains and pulled into hell.
No.
No? Okay. All right, there are no other strata to go, so that brings us segment 8. Thea.
Sorry, getting that mic off mute's a little difficult. Okay, well, definitely don't like that he's getting dragged to hell, and I think the quickest way to solve that problem is to kill the person who's trying to do it. So I am just going to make my attack, and there, dodge that one.
Ooh, I don't think so, because he's no longer dodging. So he is just back to his 6. So that's not a crit, but that is a hit.
Okay, there we go. Aiming for that other hand. So I'll roll my damage.
Yep, you get him right in the chest. Oh, sorry, it's actually high shot. Oh! Oh, no, that was that. I thought you did 11 damage there for a second.
No. I didn't do that much damage to him. You see, this is why you go for the hands and not the chest.
Well, that's what you got. You got him in the arm. And you got him in the other arm. So you took out his one hand, and then you shot him in the other arm. Now, it does not impair his other arm. However, it does do damage to him. Whoops, not that one. Turning him into a pin cushion.
My goal is to eventually make him into the Black Knight. No arms, no legs, just a torso
Yep,
and a head trying to fight.
that'll do it. Okay. Well, you definitely have his attention. He kind of looks at you, and you realize you're probably next.
Great. Well,
So, Talisker, how do you like your new outfit of black chains?
Not so much. I'm going to try and bust out of it.
Okay. Seems pretty strong. You maybe consider pushing your strength or something?
I would love to push my strength. Let's roll 12 or less. Yeah, I'm pretty desperate to get out of this, so I think pushing is quite in character. So I did push. Actually, 12 or less, sorry, so didn't.
Yep. So that'll give you a 25 strength, so 5 dice.
Five body.
And 5.
Oh, 6 body. 6 body. I'm sorry, I rolled a 6.
Yep, 6 body. And this thing, let's see how tough it is. Has 2 and 3 PD, so that's 5, and you rolled 6. Describe how you bust out of these chains.
I drop my shield and just absolutely flex everything, every muscle in my body, press outward with both arms like I'm like a great yawn, and scream at the top of my lungs when I do so.
Awesome. And you have a half-phase action.
Okay, I'm going to charge the last guy with my spear.
Okay. So you break out of the chains. His eyes are like huge. He doesn't realize it was possible to break out of those chains. You've thrown your shield down, so you two-handing your spear at this point?
I am two-handing my spear at this point.
All right, so that's going to give you an extra damage class.
Okay, and I'm all about damage at this point, so I'm going to focus on...
So are you going to put your 2 skill levels on damage?
Yes, that's a great idea.
Okay.
So I'll use the strike maneuver. Give me an 18 or less attack roll. 19 or less with my +1 for my buff. So 19 or less.
And actually, you have to use your advance because you only have a half action. You had to move.
Oh, right. Good point. All right.
But,
so
so 18 or less.
18 or less. Hit a 7.
Yeah, that is going to, because he's not dodging, so that is going to hit.
Okay.
Absolutely.
It's going to do 2.5 die 6 now.
Yep. Oh, how perfect. Oh, man. Oh, that's just ridiculous. So it's actually 11, not 14 damage. But it's 11 body to the vitals.
To the vitals, yes.
So you break your chain, charge up, just run him into the heart. You know, his armor, his fell armor stops 3, 8 gets through, doubled to 16, and he just, like, coughs black blood all over your spear and expires.
And I whisper into his ear as he's dying, "No, you go to hell."
Well done.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Okay. Well, looking at these guys, they have like a little camp set up here, and clearly this the guy with the skull mace is some kind of leader type. They don't have anything in particular in terms of like what you would call traditional treasure, but that skull mace actually looks like it might have some kind of, you know, archaeological, arcane curator type value if you got it to the right person to study.
That sounds like something that Thren would be interested in.
Of course, that does mean you're going to be carrying around a fell object of power.
Which is another reason why I don't want to take it.
Hey, Thread, you might like this. But can I just say that I'm just kind of jauntily skipping and like picking up my arrows, like trying to find them.
I point at her as she does so and say, "You and I need to talk."
She kind of stops and she's like, "Oh." Like just looking like she's in trouble.
And of course, Talisker, you realize this is probably like the fifth or sixth time you've tried to have the talk.
Yes.
All right. So the grotto itself actually looks very restful, and it does go back a ways, but there doesn't seem to be anything else in there of interest.
Okay.
Okay.
I need to go in the grotto. Oh, do I need to make a roll to pick up my arrows, by the way?
Yep, go ahead.
I'll retrieve my axe too, obviously.
Yeah, I was to retrieve my shield as well.
I got a 6, a 4, and a 2.
All right, so you get 2 of them back.
Okay.
And Thren, as far as like action break procedures, that's typically when you would also like reload your pistol.
Ah, all right.
In my home campaigns for my characters that are running with gray powder, I get real persnickety about whether or not they decided to reload or whatnot. In a con game, I wouldn't hold anyone to it, but just as a general approach. Okay.
Right.
I'm also refilling my quiver.
Does this grotto continue on to the? Actually, I guess it would be the west at this point.
Yeah, so it goes actually a little bit. Yeah, so it goes west, and then just ends. Yeah.
Well, do we want to? Is there anything to search out here in terms of items? Perhaps at least the one with that cool staff has something on himself beyond just his staff, or just whatever else we might be able to find around here.
Yeah, no, he doesn't really have anything on him. The skull mace, looks like it would have curio value if you took it. But like I said, it is an object of fell power, so do so at your own peril.
Indeed. Well, in this world, what typically would be the response of anyone? It's not something you could like hawk later at some yard sale, right? I assume.
No, this is there is a strong market for all kind of adventure curio items. So, from a metagame perspective, it absolutely does have value. It is the treasure. One of our kind of approaches in Narosia is not trying to limit, recognizing that the Envoy, they don't have the same concept of commerce that other players, other creatures do. So
they're allergic to gold.
And they're allergic to gold, right? So they're not going to be running around with bags of gold and silver and stuff because it doesn't have any value to them. You can absolutely find stores of treasure that were left behind in the Deepland Halls. That's one of the reasons that you're here, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the types of things that they would be carrying would be, finely crafted weapons if they happen to find them, possibly magic items, or things of curio and scholarly value, right? This skull mace being some kind of conduit of fell energy, you could sell to a wizard's guild and they would absolutely pay you for it, right? Because they want to understand how this whole thing works. Now, if Andara was here, she would tell you that there is no active conduit link there, so carrying it would actually not be dangerous. But being that you don't have any magical advisors, of course, it's a scary magical thing, right?
And that's exactly where I was sort of going. So I think then in good role playing, that'd just be something I wouldn't even want to touch.
Right. Yep.
Too spooky. No, thank you.
Fair enough. I don't have a desire for it either.
I use a bow.
And and so in that case, in fact, I think you guys all did a great job there. I'm going to give you all a bonus card, right? You're kind of you're forgoing treasure, if you will, in the interest of good role playing, which means you're keeping to your characters. So that's worth a card. Something that I might not have been clear on, and certainly Talisker, it could have been a choice that you made, when the curse of the black chains was put upon you. The Scrata sorcerer did make an attack roll. Now, even though it's not a roll that you're making, you can play cards to influence the outcome of events that pertain to your character. So the modifier from the card, whether it's plus or minus 2 or plus or minus 5, whether it's a 1 or 2 pip card, you could absolutely apply that to the Scrata's attack roll and make it miss. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And that doesn't cost you an action or anything. That's just the gods acting on your behalf. All right, so back to the main hall. You've discovered this den of Scrata. You're a little bit on alert for a little bit, and no additional Scrata come to back them up. So that leaves essentially 3 primary places. This, whoops, I don't know what I just did there.
Maybe you put the
There we go.
shadow.
Yep. So that leaves, this large, wide tunnel leading down, the Pantheon, and then the barracks.
So this is a question for Thren, if he wants to disturb the Pantheon or the barracks at this point, or if we should just explore the tunnel down.
I think that I would feel safer if we'd maybe cleared the barracks area before we proceed.
If they have good weapons, they'll probably be in there, as far as things go. Like, as far as well-equipped enemies.
All right. I think we got the impression they hadn't been able to get in there, but we can check it out at least.
Okay.
Oh, they hadn't. I thought it was open.
No, that one was closed.
Yep. So why don't we send our invisible sneak to go first this time? I'm going to go first anyway.
Well, we're going to be opening the door, so I think it'll be pretty obvious we're coming. But yes, that's fine. Just do us a favor. If you get in trouble, at least come back or call out or something so we can help.
Don't worry, I won't get in trouble.
Yeah, right. I sort of resigned myself that I'm not going to be able to completely stop her, so if I can influence her a little bit, perhaps.
Maybe. I'll return if things look too dangerous.
So you guys approach the door, and looking at it, something strikes you odd about the insignia, the heraldry that's on the door of Talisker. It just kind of looks out of place. The door itself does not appear to be locked.
Can I search my memory for any relevant data I may remember about such a heraldry?
Sure, go ahead and make a knowledge skill heraldry roll, since you actually have that skill.
Yep. No less. Not so much.
No, it does. I mean, the symbol looks familiar, but you can't really place it.
Okay, I guess we will just... Actually... You know what? I think I'd like to play one of these cards.
Okay.
Fensral really wants us to know what's going on here.
And why? That's not normally his thing. So why does Fensro want you to know what's going on?
Well, this card says he's discovery.
Okay. So it's that aspect of him.
Yeah, the aspect of discovery. So, unlocking the mysteries of this place. Seeking the watershed of dawn shields one from the stagnation of one's comforts. So the dawn of knowledge. And this is a 2-pip. How do I play this again?
Mm-hmm. So you're definitely driving towards the point of discovery, but why might Fensroll want you guys to, and specifically you're focused on the Herald. Why does Fensroll want you to recognize that Herald?
Let's see. Because something about it could stimulate progress.
Ooh, I like that.
If we were to delve deeply enough into the knowledge.
Yeah, absolutely. So, as you look at it, and he's aspected by water. There's of course there's cracks in the stone and things like that. Maybe there's a trickle of water that's coming down, and you actually recall seeing a very similar herald on one of the ships in New Ataltis. But it isn't exactly the same. It's actually much older. And the thing that really strikes you as odd is the fact that it is an Atlan symbol. It's not a spheric symbol. And if you're not mistaken, now it's kind of coming to you, that symbol is associated with an old Imperial like special forces unit. So it's like you're like recognizing, oh, this is SEAL Team 6, right? And it looks like they were garrisoned here.
Interesting, and yet these ruins are supposed to predate the Atlan incursion.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
That means that it's been discovered before. Does this symbol look like it has been more recently added than the other decor?
It does. But it is a permanent fixture. It's not like somebody just drew it on wood. They actually affixed it to stone in the proper place. So this definitely is a dedicated military barracks designed to change units, right, as new units come in here. And the last unit apparently occupying this place was an Imperial Atlan special forces unit.
So this location has been uncovered since its original loss by the Atlan.
Mm-hmm.
They used it as a barracks. I'm saying this in character.
Well, it's interesting. Why would there be... No, better question. There was I don't want to metagame, like equivalent SEAL Team 6. There was a high-level strike team,
mm-hmm.
and they're not here. Nobody's here now. Whatever could have driven them out? Well, actually, a better question would be how long ago maybe were they even driven out?
Yeah, and I mean your military knowledge, right? That unit would have ceased to exist, more than 300 years ago, right? The Empire was lost in the Cataclysm, so it would have been hundreds of years ago.
Hundreds. All right.
And that cataclysm was triggered by the gates they used to transport, right?
That's correct.
Could there possibly have been a gate here?
No, it would have had to have been. It takes a lot of energy and construction to build one, so typically found only in cities or key military installations. So, I mean, it could be, but that would be really unlikely. You haven't actually heard of anyone discovering, the remnants of a gate. So maybe you'll be the first.
Excellent.
I don't want to be the first.
Yeah, wait, not excellent.
Yeah, so far you haven't seen like demons or horrors. It's just been in Drury, so you're probably okay.
Except that tunnel does go down. So there could be more here, more knowledge here to be gained. So we definitely want to explore this room.
Okay. So you go in and you open up the doors, and indeed, it's a barracks complex. Um, it's several rooms. It's about 4 or 5 rooms, and you see like the general barracks areas and the officers' quarters and the mess and all that kind of stuff. Looks like it could have housed maybe 20 or 30 guys. So basically like a platoon-sized unit. And you guys giving it the once over, or just a pass walk through and then move on to other things?
I think we should thoroughly check it.
I certainly would want to. I mean, again, just at least for cultural interest for myself.
I can't imagine there's going to be anything of real use after 300 years, but it could be.
And it does look like the Strata have ransacked it. I mean, definitely.
Oh, they have. Okay.
Things are strewn about, and things are just left behind. So.
But they politely shut the door behind them. That was nice of them.
Yeah, they did. So everyone make a concealment roll, and if you don't have the concealment skill, because I think only Thren does, then you just make a perception roll at -3.
Let's see.
Yeah, Thren's got concealment at 13 or less. Whoa!
Wow, I'm really concealed.
That's a failure for me.
Wow. I rolled well.
Excellent. So, Thren and Talisker, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Talisker, being an officer yourself, you're actually most interested in what can be found in the officers' quarters, right? And sure enough, you find the officer's journal, and you actually found an entire logbook, so there's lots of stuff to be gained here. And you can actually see it was wrapped up and actually kind of hidden in the officer's desk as if it was deliberately left behind. You flip to the last page. There is little hope left. The priests have a plan to seal this place for good, and I fear the library will be lost to the Empire forever.
Ooh, library.
Hold on. We have missed our 4th duty rotation, and my scouts have not returned. It is clear that something has gone terribly wrong. I have ordered a unit of men to set out and rendezvous with the army, following our standard withdrawal protocol. Hopefully they will return with better news. I will lead a group of men into the library complex and restore the keystones to the lower stacks to where they were originally hidden. Naros willing, I will be able to return here to the upper gates to defend the priests to the last. If not, I will make my stand in the depths below and remind Androran of his place.
Me chills reading that.
A library complex. Very interesting.
And Thren, then, that actually triggers. You now remember where you heard the term Baradahm. The lost library of Baradahm once held a store of knowledge roughly equivalent to like the Library of Alexandria. But its location, has been lost for centuries, right? This could be quite a significant find.
So,
now, go ahead.
No, I was only going to add some color there. Thren's face would be a mixture of awe and excitement, and just a soft gasp.
Nice. Now, while he's discovering this logbook, which he read that last page to you, you've actually, you came back with what you found, and in one of the soldiers' trunks, Foot Lockers. Um, you found a set of Inaros figurines, like nicely carved out of granite, one figurine for each of the Inaros. Used for personal worship wherever they might have been, right? They could set them out and, conduct a prayer. Now, obviously, and these are all Svergic make, which makes them extremely rare and valuable, even if you're not going to use them as part of a religious ceremony.
Wow. Well, that would just be cherished, obviously.
Yeah. So together as a set, it's worth quite a bit of money. And then, should you conduct any prayer or theology, it actually gives you +1 if you spend a turn in contemplation with them.
Now, actually, I've read enough of the intro to get that the Sverg are also forsaken, right? They've given up worshiping the Inaros.
Yep.
So, what form does any kind of reverence take for them? Is it just for ancestors?
Yeah, primarily just for ancestors. As a liberator, there's an acknowledgement of things lost, right? Knowing that, and you can even see it in the entrance hall, looking over at the Pantheon, this massive symbol of Modron, that the Sverg were once, Modron's chosen children, and that the great works that they created were inspired by the divine, and then to have all that taken away. So, these figurines are kind of bittersweet, right? And there might even be a mercenary moment where you quit reflecting on the emotional side of it and go, well, it's treasure,
I wonder, would it be in any way out of character? Not that we have to do it now, but
Right.
a character like a Sverg who would maybe, I don't know, somehow be overcome with emotion with the whole remembrance of the past, and maybe consider himself not to be, forsaken anymore, but took up the worship again. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a fun angle to explore. In the 3 playtest campaigns I've run, the Sverg players tend to drift into that pretty naturally, which is kind of a fun evolution of the story, because they all start out like stupid gods, blah blah blah, right? And then by the end, we actually had one of the Sverg character become a Hierophant and has actually gone through an apotheosis and is now basically an avatar, right?
Oh, wow.
So it's a fun, thing to explore, but not, it's not for everyone, right? Because it's, but it's socially interesting within the context of the game.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
All right, so excellent. Well, you guys got a little bit of treasure and a little bit of knowledge, and that leaves the Pantheon.
Yeah, and Talisker's definitely treasuring this logbook as a symbol of the lost empire. So he's going to treasure that, like wrap it up very, reverently, and place it in his pack where it's going to be protected.
Excellent. Yeah, and it is. I mean, it's not as valuable as those figurines, just because of the, the age. But it's worth about 50 silver, which is pretty significant. So, and then plus, of course, it's emotional value. So.
Yes, exactly.
All right, fantastic. So you guys come back out into the Great Hall, and realizing the potential for this place, and knowing that there's 2 paths left, essentially.
Mm-hmm. I feel that we should search the holy worship area for completeness sake, and to see if anything is of import there. I will close the doors to the barracks area,
Okay.
just for consideration.
I agree. So what, Pantheon next, and then the Great Hall?
Yes.
Okay, so you guys approach the Pantheon door, and you see all of the symbols of the Inaros represented on the door. But Modron is, most center, and is actually right, at the door handles in there. And then, as a reminder, there is a gallery window above the door that is open.
Yeah, but there's no way to access it from this side, is there? Or is there?
Yeah, I mean, it's a climb. But, I mean, yeah,
I can probably get up there.
Yeah, and certainly Thea can get up there with a jump. It's only 4 meters off the floor, so.
Yeah, Fia, could you check that out, please? Just
That'd be perfect.
Yeah.
Maybe go invisible and jump up there?
Yeah, so it's a gallery window, right?
Yep.
All right, yeah, I'm going to go invisible, and then I'm just going to hop up to it and try to climb up.
Okay. So you hop up there. Go ahead and give me a perception roll.
That is a 12. That's my perception.
Okay. So you hop up there, and you instantly feel this energy field as you're about to step into step into the gallery area as well. So you leap up onto the edge, and you're about to step into the gallery, and you can actually see the whole Pantheon beyond, but you feel like there's this barrier of energy in front of you. The Pantheon is a large hall with a statue of each of the Inaros lining the walls. At the far end of the room is a dais and an altar, all supporting multiple services for each of the Inaros. Arranged in a circle around the dais and then in a line towards the door are a dozen figures, all wearing robes of the priesthood. They sit on the floor, motionless.
Okay. So, definitely doesn't feel like I can go past this area, right? Because that energy.
Yeah, you didn't feel. I mean, you definitely felt the presence of the energy barrier, but you didn't feel as if you couldn't try to push forward. Like it wasn't a solid wall. It was kind of like a force that was maybe pushing you back, but you could force your way through.
I think I'm actually just going to hop down out to the other side where my compatriots are and go visible.
Okay.
So I'm going to hop down. I'm just going to tell them that I just want to tell them like what I kind of saw in there. It's like I saw the statues of the gods and stuff like that. It's like, but it feels like there's like some type of energy through it. It's like I don't know if it's a barrier or a trap or anything like that, but there was definitely an energy that I do not think would have been good for me.
Did you see any living beings, any Scrata or anything like that?
There were those. Okay, so there were those 12 figures kneeling that they weren't moving. Did it look like they were alive?
Correct. They did not look like they were alive. They were completely motionless.
I'm gonna say no. It looks like everything inside was like statues.
All right. Well, if they're just statues, then I guess we just go in.
And you did see a door at the far end of the room.
I did. Okay, I'll tell them that too. Yeah, I saw a door at the far end. Of it. They might go somewhere else. It's just like if we go in though, we really need to be careful because I have a bad feeling about that. That's the thing.
If you have a bad feeling about something, that's potentially point of concern.
It's either a bad feeling or it's boredom because I want to get back to the hunt. So.
Right, nothing moving, so no visible dangers. Gotcha. Okay. Well, I think we should check it out for thoroughness, if nothing else. So we'll go ahead and go on through the doors and see.
I'm gonna have a grenade and my gun ready.
Yeah.
Be very careful, by the way, about damaging any of the, divine idols.
Okay.
That could be bad. Just saying.
So you open the doors.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you open the doors, and you see the same thing that I described. And the area is lit with rune lights, just as everywhere else is. And you go to walk in, and you also feel this energy pushing back. Are you going to force your way through?
Oh boy. don't really have anybody around here with enough clerical or magical skill, do we, to sort of give us some...
I looked at
I'll go
Fred.
through it.
And that's, just to clarify again how cards can be used. The cards can be used to gain clues. You want to build on the story that's gone before, but a 1-pip card could give you a minor clue. A 2-pip card might actually reveal something entirely, right? You can use them to ask for information, different things like that if you truly are stuck.
Well, can I do that then?
Mhm.
Like now, since my group has resolved to go through this, I definitely want to get this done quickly so we can get back to the action. I want to use my cards. I've got 2 Lindsay cards I actually want to use.
Okay.
Am I able to do 2 cards?
Generally, you can't. Well, you can use 2 cards, but they're for different. They would be for different things. So depending on how you're playing them, that would be fine. But you can't stack them.
Then I think in that case I'm gonna put one back. They're the same card, so.
Okay.
Because I want to use. Did it flip? I thought I flipped it.
Yep.
It's flipped.
Okay, and that was the Lensei is the origin of order. Is that the one? Oh no, not that one.
No, Hope Rises with the Sun is the one
Okay.
I wanted to use. And basically, yeah.
Yep. Go ahead.
I want Hope and Lindsay will shine a light on this situation. Basically, provide some type of insight as to what this energy is, and
Okay.
also, I guess I don't know if it's part of this mythology, but typically a sunrise is sort of a dispelling of magic or like a start over.
Yep.
I don't know the lore of this, but that's the reason I chose that card.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And there's a reason that we chose the whole kind of sun aspect to be the center of the religion. Lensei is the name of the sun. It's the name of the church. Lensei is also in reference to the gestalt of all of the Inaros. So Lensei isn't a god; it's an idea of the divinity of all of the Inaros. So it's here in this case, it's the force of light. And kind of a generic goodness type effect. All right, so that's fine. So what that means, get rid of this. Am I on the wrong layer? Yep. Bam. Okay. So I will take your card. And so as you're standing there looking, with Talisker actually having kind of walked into the barrier, you can actually see the whole field glow, and it actually glows with the sunlight. You get the sense that this is actually a good thing, right? It's not some kind of malicious energy field. That it was probably put here to protect the Pantheon. So you get the sense that breaking through it might not be bad for you. It might be difficult, but you don't feel as if there would be any repercussions, and that perhaps now it's time, right? Now is the time now that you're here, this is what the barrier was put into place to protect the Pantheon until somebody came to rescue it.
Okay. Well, then in that case, I am just going to push on through.
Okay.
I'm just going to move.
All right, so as you push through, the barrier just kind of shatters, and this wave of energy goes off in all directions. This wave of sunlight briefly illuminates the hall, and as this wave hits the 12 figures, 9 of them just kind of collapse into dust. But 3 of them stand and turn, and their eyes are blackish red, and their skeletal mouths open to emit no sound, and they start moving towards you.
I swear I didn't do anything.
What was that all about?
Throwing a lava grenade.
It's not my fault.
So everyone make ego rolls, because you weren't quite expecting that to happen.
No, not really.
Is the ego roll? It's still the 3d6.
Yep. Just against the roll next to your ego stat.
Oh, that's a fail.
Yeah. So Fia, you're not acting. You're kind of taken aback by this whole thing. Talisker, you're good to go, and Thren, you're good to go.
Yep.
So, of course, anything that Fia does, you guys totally expected this to happen. So, of course, horrible undead. Why would it be anything else?
Why not?
Why do you guys let me scout the front?
All right. So, Talisker, you are first.
Don't run in front of me. I'm going to throw a grenade.
I am going to run in front.
I warned you.
I'm going to run in front of Fia to protect her.
Thank you. Where are these three figures at? Are they on the map yet?
Well, of course, they're on the GM overlay layer, right?
Oh, of course.
I do that all the time. What do you mean you can't see the guys? They're there. There we go.
All right.
Oh, yeah, okay. So, yeah, I'm going to... Actually, let me go a little bit further. I'll go here, and... Actually, I'll go further. So, I was originally...
Talisker stepping cautiously into the room.
I was originally here-ish. So, I'm going to go... That's 11. I've got 12. Actually,
Don't overthink it.
all right, I go there, and I think I have a ability to.
And then Thren, what are you doing?
Oh, steady. I call out, steady!
Okay, go ahead and make a presence attack. I mean a presence attack. A leadership roll.
Yeah. Made it.
All right, go ahead and roll 2d6, and let's see how much extra presence everyone gets.
Nice.
7, okay. So you guys are kind of feeling emboldened and less concerned about the horrible undead that are going to kill you. Right.
Yeah, less concerned.
Thren.
Well, my plan all along was to be ready with my grenade, so
Okay.
I'm gonna run up and lob my fire grenade.
Okay.
At the enemies.
All right. So are you gonna do that as part of a full move, which would be at a -2, or a half move?
Let's take it at a half move, so I don't have to take that minus.
Okay. Go ahead and make your attack roll, and you're targeting like right here, dead center, in between them.
Well, I'm not sure the range for my throw. Will I suffer any penalty to try and go to one location as opposed to the other?
Well, you do. Let's see. You're going to be at -2 for range.
Either way.
Yeah.
All right, then I'll try to land it right in the middle of them.
Okay. And yeah, your grenade. You have a 35-meter range, so no problem getting there. Okay.
All right, so normal 3d6 attack roll.
Yep.
All right. My attack is at 15 or less, so it should be good.
So you made it by made it by 2. To hit a target point, you need to make it by 3. And then you're -2 for range. So you missed by 3, which means 6 meters is how far you missed. So we're going to roll a d6 for direction.
All right.
6. And so that's going to go straight left. and go straight left 6 meters. So which one did you throw?
The fire grenade.
The fire grenade. Okay, and roll a d6 for malfunction.
That's a nice little graphic.
All right, so it does explode, and you see it just like just fire and shrapnel goes into the statue. Let's see, it's a D&1/2.
I said don't damage the statues.
So it doesn't blow the statue up, but it does like fill it full of just pock marks all throughout.
Oh, they're already crumbled anyway. So
And no damage to the undead.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, they move. Let's check their move here. All right, they have normal movement, so they start moving toward you. Oh yeah, yeah. So they can get right up on you. And this effect, yep. Forgot that was on there.
And these undead do have bodies, right? These aren't like skeletal beings we're fighting?
They actually are skeletal beings in robes.
All right.
So, Talisker, as they run up or they kind of clatter up towards you, they're not able to grab you, but it definitely looks like that's what they're going for. As they all come towards you, you feel the cold of death seep into your bones. And give me a Constitution roll. Okay. You feel like the blood under your skin is fighting to get through. Your eyes are a little wet. You can see your hands, your cuticles. Blood is starting to kind of pool and make its way out. You feel as if your blood is being pulled towards them. Okay. So segment 4, Fia.
Okay. I think I want to try to get this one that's right next to the captain here.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if I see what looks like an attempted grab. I don't want him grabbing my team leader. So I'm just going to roll 3d6 on that. That's an 11. I have a 15.
So that is by 4. That is what actually happens is the arrow flies into the creature's chest, and then you see it punch out the robes in the back and fly further down the hall.
Dang it. I was afraid that was going to happen.
So mechanically, they get bonus DCV against piercing attacks because they're just bones. Talisker.
Okay. That actually gives me some important information. So I am going to do a sweep maneuver and actually, wait, let me see, that's what, 6, or I could do a shield bash.
If you do a shield bash, you lose your shield DCV.
Yeah, you're right. I'll stick with the shield deflect, and I will do a sweep maneuver with my spear, and you choose the normal damage option.
Okay.
Maybe the less resistant against bashing damage. So I'll put levels of DCV because I do not want to be hit by these guys. Excuse me. So that's going to give me 16, 17 or less on my attack. It's 8.
No problem. So
Okay.
you slam into him, so 6 dice normal damage.
Yep.
Ooh.
2, 3, 4, 5 body.
So you do 5 body, but right to the spine.
Oh, nice.
And, it does take him down, but it also shatters the spine. And the thing just collapses into a pile of bones.
Sweet.
Okay. So, Oscar, Thren.
Can I attack with both my axe in one hand and the crowbar in the other?
Absolutely.
That's what I'd like to do then.
Okay.
All right.
And you're gonna move up. Are you going to move into the area?
Yeah, I guess I'll have to.
Okay. Are you crowbarring this guy?
Yeah, I'm going to try and crowbar him.
Okay. So as you approach, you can feel the same thing that I described for Talisker. Give me a Constitution roll.
Alrighty. That should be good for me. I'm on a 12 or less. Come on, baby. Yeah, 10. Made it by 2.
Unfortunately, that is not enough.
No!
Yeah. And so this is the flesh binding.
That doesn't sound good.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, seriously. Only 1 body. But you do now actually have a stream of blood that's going out to the skeleton and beginning to wrap around its bones.
It's actually being drawn like through the air to the skeleton?
Yep. So it's coming out of your pores, and we haven't gotten to orifices yet. That wasn't enough.
Oh, brother.
Something to look forward to.
Yeah. But you can make your attack, so that's always good.
Yeah, well, let me try and do that. Crowbar first, right? That should be good, right? An attack of 15 or less.
Yep. So that hits a DCB of 4, which with the crowbar is fine.
Excellent. All right, and that's 1d6 minus 1.
So it's 2, but it's 2 crushing damage. So he actually takes extra damage from that.
Excellent.
Him. All right, and then they get to go, which is always fun. Right, you crack some ribs. Zoom in on the action here. Okay, well, this one moves up, and they're both going to grab you and take you to the ground. You were already affected by their area power this phase, Thren, so you're fine. But Talisker needs to make another con roll. Made it by 3. So that's what you need. All right, so this guy attacks Talisker and is going to miss. And this guy grabs for Thren, and that's 11, so he hits 0 plus OCV. Their OCV is OCV 3 plus 2 minus 1, so it's OCV of 4, so I hit DCV 4.
Which I think is what I have, and yeah, I've got DCV of 4.
Okay. So he takes you to the ground.
Oh boy.
And now that he has you grabbed, the draining effect accelerates. So he is going to do, he does his claw damage on top of the drain effect. There are bony claws, d6 plus 1. So, roll 3d6. So, this is technically the stomach, but we also call it the junk. So he grabs you in the junk and takes you down. So 1d6 plus 1 is the killing damage. So that's 4. So 4 body from the claws. And Thren, you've got 2 resistance. So you take 2 body. And then that's going to be 16 stun, and your total physical defense is 6. So you take 10 stun, which is not enough to stun you.
10 stun and 2 body. Okay.
Yeah. But he does, he does grapple you to the ground, and you do drain. You lose 3 more body. Now we're getting into orifice territory.
3 more body, and that's just from the drain. The 3 more body.
Yep. And now, basically, as he has a hold of you, the blood is just like wrapping around his bony claws that are in contact, and you actually see the flesh starting to re-knit on his bones.
Oh, I think it's card time.
Okay, so that was their action. Fia.
Okay, I think seeing this, she's just going to kind of shout out, "Thren!" And then she's going to jump to this point. Hold on. I gotta do my select view. She's going to jump to that point, 7 meters.
Okay.
Yeah, she wants to just pull out her saber and jump there.
Okay. And if I can offer a suggestion, something to consider. You can pull out your saber and you can do what's called a move through as part of your jump. So where you're basically coming down with the saber and landing adjacent. Optionally, you could come down right on top of the thing, trying to knock it off Thren, because it's actually on top of Thren.
I think I would do that then. Yeah, definitely.
Okay. And do you want to just come down, boots first, so trying to, do crushing damage to it, or are you going to try and stab it?
I think boots first.
All right, boots first. Death from above. All right, so make a move through attack, which is a -1 to your attack roll, but should be no problem for you, hunter that you are.
Yeah, that's a 10.
And your attack roll is 15. That's going to do it, no problem. So you slam into it, and you're going to do your strength damage. I'll give you the extra half die because you're actually got more than 6 meters of movement. So it's 3 dice plus 1 for your movement. So 4 dice of damage.
So 4d6.
All right, we're counting body. So you did 3 body, but it is doubled.
Okay.
So that becomes 6. And you crush into it. And let's see if you hit anything interesting. Yeah, you crush into its ribs and crush most of its ribs against Thren. You don't think this thing can move, but it's still actually capable of continuing to drain the creature, and you need to give me a con -3 roll, as you are now in the area effect.
That's a 7. My con is a 12.
Yeah, you guys are on fire, man. It's crazy.
Yeah. So am I on top of Thren too, or am I to the side of him?
With that great roll, you can be wherever you want. So you could be standing on the skeleton, or you could have ended up beside.
I think I want to end up on this side of him, get right in here. I know it's putting me in a bad spot.
Ratio between the two of them?
Or, how about that side?
That's better.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, actually, I want to finish my Like, I
Okay.
wanted to have done a kick through, so I'm where I wanted to be.
Yeah, and you've got break fall, so I mean, you kind of land on it and roll out of it and end up there.
Yeah.
Class style. All
I'm
right,
Okay.
trying, Thren. I'm not very big.
now let's go.
All right, so I yell out, "Friend, no!" I move to there between the two of them, turn my back on the other one, and bash the one that's attacking Thren with my spear, the butt end of my spear. So I really want to take this guy down, so I'm going to put levels in OCV
Okay.
because I'm protective of my companions.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm doing the...
And do you want to make 2 attacks and attack both of them?
Oh, yeah, let's do that, since I'm putting
Okay.
levels in OCV anyway.
I mean, your DCV will be crap, but
Yeah, well, it's going to be crap anyway. So, so I will do the sweep. So I've got low 2, so 8, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19
minus 2 for making
2
2.
for the 2 attacks, so
Yep.
17. Alright. So I will start with the one behind me.
Okay.
That's a hit.
Yep. And the second attack.
And the second attack.
That is also a hit.
Excellent. Okay. And that's 6 dice. Normal against the one behind me again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 body.
That's going to shatter it.
Okay. And against the one on
Yeah,
Tren.
the other one only had 1 body left, so destroy both of them.
Tren, are you alright?
I make the sound of ultimate suffering.
I do have a healing
Men in Black,
spell.
what?
That's right.
I can try to do a little first aid on Thren. Is that possible?
Sure.
Okay. My
Yep.
healing is 8, so...
Well, no, you're not very good at it.
That's a 12.
Yeah,
What
there's
about-
there's blood all over Thren. I mean, you don't even know where to begin.
Ow! What are you doing?
Actually, is there any way I can use
This
one
is
of
your
my
boat.
cards? I've got a 2-pip card. Will that make this passable? Because I think I know how to make it work.
And who are you using?
It's Linset. Or, oh crap. Yeah, it's, I have a 1-pip card that's healing. It's called Elantra, Ever Forgiving. Healing. Do
Yeah,
something with that.
that can probably work. So it really won't be able to do anything terribly substantive other than stopping the bleeding, right?
Okay.
Which is actually a critical thing to do, because otherwise he just continued to bleed to death, which is not fun. All right, so fantastic. Sophia does manage to take care of you, and the bleeding does stop. And actually, as the minutes pass, this draining effect on you goes away. So we were
That's how it works.
yeah, we're out of combat enough that I'm not gonna drag it out. But that the blood loss due to drain would actually come back pretty quickly, just because of that. That's how that particular effect is built. But your wounds are still your wounds; those don't come back.
Guys, I swear I didn't think anything bad was in here.
Not only bad things happen to me, but kind of inappropriate. I mean, I had a scrata,
Straddle your face, that's right.
and this thing grabbed my junk.
Yep. It's true. It's true. It's true. All right. So you continue. I'm going to fast forward here for a little bit of it. You continue to explore into the Pantheon and come into the clerical chambers, and they're quite ornate. Is a gorgeous, gorgeous furniture in here. Numerous bookshelves full of all sorts of religious texts, and as you guys have been very careful to kind of explore through everything, within there you find a Svergic codex. So this is basically, an Narosia Bible written in Svergic, extremely rare, worth hundreds of silver. You also find multiple engineering texts covering engineering mechanics, demolitionist, stonemason, all extremely valuable and all clearly attributed to the Library of Baradahm. Back in there, you also find a chest full of some of the more personal items associated with the priest, with the elder priest that was responsible for this area, and framed on the desk is a missive. It's a fragment of a letter, or sorry, a short letter, basically addressed to the esteemed members of the Council of Baradahm. As we prepare to withdraw, it is with a heavy heart that we leave these stores of knowledge behind. It has been decided that no text shall be removed from the lower stacks for fear of their destruction in the coming war. The archival locks will be engaged and the keystones hidden to hopefully be discovered by future generations. May Toltring guide the renaissance that will occur when these stacks are open once again. Signed, Olkoff Grendiket, Director, Library of Baradahm.
So I did a good thing by triggering the flesh-eating monsters.
You're gonna say that way now?
I just want to hear one of you say it.
You saved me at least. I got to give you that.
In this small chest, which Thren you can handily lockpick open, it's some small amount of actual coin, 2 potions of minor healing, and a salve of wound repair.
Seems like those things might be needed right now.
Yeah, I think I'll take some salve of wound repair.
Indeed, indeed. Okay, so you quaff it, and I think how many bodies did you have lost to?
I had lost a total of 5.
Total of 5. All right, so it does matter. It doesn't, and it doesn't. So I'm just going to look up here. So wound repair, it's at a magnitude of 4, which is going to give you a total of healing body 2d6. So roll 2d6. And anytime you're doing adjustment powers on defensive or movement characteristics, the effect is halved. So that's a 5. So it repairs 5 body. And in Narosia, your wound healing is all or nothing. So we do track the wounds individually. So I know you had like a 1 point and a 2 point, right? So you might have had multiple wounds there. So it basically, as long as it could heal the whole wound, it would heal it. It would keep working your way from largest to smallest, right, until it kind of ran out of juice.
Ah, I see. Okay.
Right. But in your case, it heals you completely.
Whew.
So you guys continue to, you've thoroughly explored that area, and all that is left is the tunnel headed down into the Deeplands. The tunnel over which is the name of Baradahm. And as you descend down this tunnel, and I have revealed that area on the map, in the this is actually backwards. I just realized that this rendition is backwards. It's actually supposed to be stairs on either side and then a ramp down the middle. No, that's right. Ramps down either side. So you could have traffic heading down on the right and traffic coming up in terms of like mules and carts. And then, the individuals would walk down the stairs in the middle. So yeah, this is correct. So you make your way down this tunnel, which is about 10 meters wide, and it comes to a platform, and in that platform you see dug into the stone this golden seal of Elantra. And you recall that in your conversation with Warder Grain, that she had said that if you uncover, um, A, where the Sprout are coming from, investigate their source, help to contain it as best you can, and then identify a location where you could possibly bring her, even in her wounded state, and she would be able to put up a ward of Elantra and reseal the Deeplands. That you should return to her, as soon as you can. And it seems as if you found that location. So were you to do that, she would actually come here and create a magical barrier and restore this seal so that none of the Enjoy could ever escape out of it again. Of course, then you couldn't go through it either.
I think that's what we should do.
No one would benefit from the library?
Well, the Lensei, in its infinite wisdom, of course, the warders can work with, the authorities, and they can raise and lower, these seals once a day. So they could, in conjunction, allow you to go through, but then it would take, and then they could replace it, but it would take 24 hours before they could drop it again. So you would be stuck on the other side for at least a day.
So the best thing to do here would be to raise that seal to prevent further, leakage of evil, and then move in to occupy this location as a bulwark, and then use it as a headquarters to launch raiding parties down into the library.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's of course, that's, an a Talton view of exactly what you would want to do. Whether or not Fia and Thren share your idea.
So this is the logical way to do it.
Like,
Yes.
I want to just go in there. Fia has yet to be hurt. I don't know if anyone realizes that. So that's one reason she's so confident. She's like, yeah, I mean, we've killed like a dozen things already. I haven't taken any wounds at all.
And Thren, although healed, is still like coated in his own blood.
Didn't really notice that. Thren's always coated in his own blood.
And other juices. But anyway.
Whoa, hey.
You're the one throwing the monsters.
Maybe those improper attacks weren't completely unwelcome.
So why don't we wrap up here? And I will say that and I've actually run it at Gen Con and Origins, run it on the convention circuit, is the follow-on adventure to this called The Depths of Baradahm. It's in scope, in scale, it's about the size of the keep on the Borderlands, right? That was my inspiration for it, right?
I love that module.
so that basically these are the upper gates of Baradahm, act as the keep, if you will, right? The place where you can rest, and then you can make forays into the depths to uncover the secrets of the library. So that's the one of the next adventures that we're revealing. The other adventure that we have coming next is called The Village of Gilkos, and it is inspired by the village of Hamlet, and kind of follows that storyline-ish. We make our Narosia appropriation of it, so it's not. We're not playing Temple of Elemental Evil. That's not what's going on. But it's that same feel of having this rich village that acts as a base of operation. It's actually close to where this adventure takes place. So they're meant to be, you can link them together easily, but they're not necessarily related. They don't have to be played together. And then that would act as a base for further adventures as well. And that has... that's about the same size as Depths of Baradahm. It's meant to be, played over 7-8 sessions or so. So, and I will actually be at Metatopia in November. I will be running one of the adventures that's part of Village of Gilcas as part of the Metatopia experience. So thank you all. Again, I do really apologize for the whole schedule screw up last Tuesday. Definitely was not my intent. I'm really glad you guys could join us on Sunday. Did a fantastic job. Are there any questions I can answer at this point?
No, I think that worked out very well. Thank you very much for ringing, Shane.
Excellent. Awesome. So those of you that all played, if I can offer, if you guys haven't purchased the book already, I can send you a PDF of it. I'm happy to do that as part of the participation. So just send me your email, and you can post it through the Envoy site or through Roll20. Just give me your email and I will send you a download link for the PDF. As I mentioned, we've got an iTunes app that has like all of the modifiers as well as being an initiative tracker. It's got all of the tables and everything like that. It acts as a GM screen as well as being an initiative tracker. We've got Hero Designer is the software that you use to build hero characters. We have complete Hero Designer character pack, so you can just plug and play and use the Narosia Quick Start character generation system and just say, I want this package, this package, this package, this package done, right? So you can build characters pretty quickly. So we've got a lot of support out now, and continuing to work on stuff for it.
I'll definitely be looking out for that Kickstarter for the Android version of that app, because I'm not an Apple follower.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Excellent. Well, thank you guys, and I look forward to running into you through Envoy and on the internet, and I appreciate your time.
I'm sure you will.
For running this.
Thank you.
Fun playing with you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.